Hi, I'm Chris Van Allsburg. You may have read some of the children's books I've written, Jumanji, Polar Express, or Zathura. In this episode of NASA Connect, you'll learn about the history, mythology, science, and math that relates to a total eclipse. NASA scientists and engineers will introduce you to a satellite that actually makes its own false eclipse. In your classroom, you'll build an eclipse simulator. So stay tuned as host Derek Wang takes you on an exciting journey, NASA Connect, Path of Totality.
Hi, I'm Derek Wang, and welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. On today's show, we're going to learn about eclipses and angular size. Teachers, you'll want to make sure your students are ready for some critical thinking. When these questions appear on the screen, you'll want to pause the videotape to facilitate class discussions. Today I'm at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Santa Rosa, California. This is the home museum of Daniel Alberti, sculptor of the stars. No, not movie stars, those stars. Everyone, I would like for you to meet Daniel, who has created many unique sculptures using celestial mechanics. Celestial mechanics is the mathematical calculation of the movement and positions of the planets and other objects in the sky. Daniel even has a personal connection to the sun. Isn't that right, Daniel?
Well, that's right, Derek. But everyone has a connection to the sun. I'm a sculptor, and I like to use the light of the sun and the light of celestial objects to play off the surface of my work. As a young boy, I would often ride my bike over to the California Academy of Sciences to check out the Morrison Planetarium. They had great shows on astronomy, and there was this fantastic pendulum which showed how the Earth rotated on its axis. These are the kind of places that inspired my interest in astronomy and the mysteries of the sun.
Daniel, our show today is about eclipses. What can your sculpture tell us about solar eclipses?
As an artist, I'm fascinated with light and shadow. I love the way light changes during the course of a day, depending upon the position of the Earth to the sun. So I began to sculpt objects that show light and shadow on their surfaces. And over here is a sculpture I recently created. It's my favorite.
That's cool. What is it called?
It's called a shadow catcher. This bowl-like structure focuses natural light as a dot drifting across the sculpture. Watch as the dot passes across the shadow catcher. It's interesting to see how the form travels along the surface of the sculpture, much like the shadow of the moon crossing the Earth's surface. And students can make their own shadow catchers. For directions to make the shadow ball, check out the link at NASA Connect website. Of course, an eclipse is one of nature's most dramatic works of art.
Daniel, thank you very much for sharing your personal story with us.
You're welcome.
Okay, so did you notice Dan uses science and math to create his works? His understanding of form, light, shadow, and space are what makes his sculpture so unique. Let's find out more about these magnificent solar eclipses. Here at the Chabot Science Center in Oakland, California, visitors can explore interactive exhibits that teach about the movements of the planets and their moons around the sun. The movement of the Earth and Moon creates the most powerful display of form, light, shadow, and space in our world, a total solar eclipse. As a total eclipse begins, the moon's shadow approaches from the west. The chill and the sweep of the moon's shadow rushes across the landscape at over 1,600 kilometers per hour. Totality is a phase of the eclipse when the light from the sun is completely blocked from view. The darkness of totality resembles evening twilight affecting living things. The sky near the horizon still appears bright, but sunlight seems gray and weak. The solar eclipse is an amazing sight. But to understand what an eclipse really is, we need to talk to a NASA scientist. But before we do that, here are some questions that your students might want to think about. Why do eclipses occur? What is angular size? What is the path of totality? Why don't we see a total eclipse every moon cycle? This is a great time to pause the tape and discuss these questions. Fred Espenak is one of the world's authorities on eclipses. He works at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. He uses computers to make predictions on thousands of eclipses, and he runs NASA's official website on eclipses. These accomplishments and his participation in dozens of eclipse expeditions have earned him the nickname Mr. Eclipse.
So let's ask Mr. Eclipse, how can something as small as the moon block out something as big as the sun?
Good question, Derek. A total eclipse of the sun is one of the most awe-inspiring sights in all of nature, and it's all made possible due to the unique geometry in the distances and sizes of the sun and moon as seen from the Earth. As we all know, the moon orbits the Earth and the Earth orbits the sun, and celestial mechanics allows us to calculate these orbits with great precision. When the moon passes between the Earth and the sun, we say that the moon is in the new phase. An eclipse of the sun can only occur when the moon is new. However, not all new moons produce a solar eclipse. The moon's orbit around the Earth is tilted about 5 degrees to the plane of the Earth's orbit around the sun. As a result, the moon spends most of its time either above or below the Earth's orbital plane. The moon passes through the plane only twice during each of its orbits. If the moon also happens to be in a new moon phase when it crosses Earth's orbital plane, then a solar eclipse will occur. Most eclipses are partial because new moon takes place just before or after the moon crosses the orbital plane. But if the timing is right, a total eclipse of the sun occurs just as the center of the moon passes directly in front of the center of the sun. The path that the moon shadow makes over the Earth during a total eclipse is called the path of totality. To see a total eclipse, you must be in the path of totality. As a total solar eclipse begins, a ghostly silhouette looms into view, framed by a white glow that creates a halo around the darkened sun. In the final seconds, the sun's remaining rays shine through deep valleys along the edge of the moon. At the same time, the sun's corona appears, surrounded by the moon's black disk. Before the last bead of sunlight vanishes, the effect resembles a cosmic diamond ring. Suddenly, totality. The bright sun is gone. A black disk surrounded by a pale halo now stands in its place. The sun's corona is the most stunning, most beautiful, and most unexpected feature of a total eclipse. As the outermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, the corona is extremely hot with a temperature of 2 million degrees Celsius. The moons of other planets in our solar system produce eclipses, but none of them have the perfect size fit that total eclipses have from Earth. In some cases, the moons have angular sizes that are much larger than the sun. In other cases, the moons are much too small and too far away to cover the sun. We call this kind of an event a transit. Our NASA Mars rovers have both photographed Martian moons Phobos and Deimos as they transited the sun. Pretty cool. To compare the relative sizes of the Earth, Moon, and Sun, we'll use this basketball and this tennis ball. Let's call this basketball Earth and this tennis ball the Moon. These are the relative sizes of the Earth and Moon to each other. So what do you think we could use to represent the size of the sun? A small car? Think bigger. The sun would be 90 feet in diameter, about the size of this office building. So how is it that this tennis ball-sized moon can block this building-sized sun? The answer is angular size. Angular size is the measure of an angle formed by extending imaginary lines outward from a specific point to span the width of an object. The imaginary lines form a triangle. Angles are measured in degrees. Two objects in space may appear to be the same size if their distances and diameters are proportional, and if they are viewed from the same position on Earth. The diameter of the sun is 400 times larger than the diameter of the moon. But the sun is also 400 times further away from the Earth than the moon is from our planet. If you extend imaginary lines that span these two objects to our viewpoint on Earth, you can see that two similar triangles are formed. The angles formed at the viewpoint are the same for both objects, making the angular size of these objects equal. When these bodies line up exactly, the moon appears to be the same size as the sun, creating a total solar eclipse. This fortunate coincidence is responsible for the perfect fit of the total solar eclipse, one of the most spectacular events you can possibly witness in our solar system.
Thanks, Mr. Eclipse. Now we understand much more about eclipses.
Let's see if students at the Challenger Learning Center in Bangor, Maine can help us demonstrate just how important angular size is to an eclipse.
Permission to come aboard, ma'am.
Permission granted.
Hi, welcome to the Challenger Learning Center of Maine.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this very cool activity.
We created a model to show how one object can eclipse another.
Teachers can download this activity at the NASA Connect website at connect.larc.nasa.gov.
To do this activity, we had to use measurements and proportions to determine distances and diameters, understand how two objects in space with very different sizes at different distances appear to be the same size, measure the angular size of two objects, and measure an angle. We followed the directions from the NASA Connect website lesson guide to make our eclipse simulator using a shoebox, paper, tape, scissors, and a skewer stick. We had to use our geometry skills to find the center point on each end of the box. Then we drew a horizontal line along the center of each side of the box. At the center of one end, we punched out a small hole about 2 centimeters round. We used this as our peephole to view the objects in space. We traced the lighted end of a flashlight over the center of the opposite end of the box. We also traced a quarter on black paper and cut out the smaller circle. We measured the diameter of each circle and recorded them in our journals. Then we attached the smaller black circle to the center of the skewer stick. We set up proportions for similar triangles to help us simulate an eclipse. We know that the diameter of the larger circle divided by the distance from the peephole to the larger circle is equal to the diameter of the smaller circle divided by the distance from the peephole to the smaller circle. Once we understood the relationship between these values, we had to decide which value we needed to find. Since we already know the diameter of both circles and the distance from the peephole to the larger circle, we need to calculate where to place the smaller circle from our peephole. We set up a proportion to solve for that value. Once we came up with a number, we measured the calculated distance from the peephole and slid the skewer stick in place. We added string to demonstrate how the angular size of the objects was the same. The string helped us see that the distances and diameters were actually sides of similar triangles. We used a protractor to measure the angle formed by the string. We were able to use the same proportion to predict the diameter of an object even farther from the peephole. We checked our solutions by making a circle with the predicted diameter and placing it between the strings at a specific distance. Our small circle was able to eclipse an even larger object. The proportion helped us prove that angular size is related to the actual diameter of two objects and the distance they are from a specific point. We even covered our flashlight in yellow cellophane to demonstrate the sun's corona when we had a total eclipse. Of course, we took safety precautions and used dark sunglasses to look at the flashlight. This was just a simulation. We know you should never look directly at the sun, even during an eclipse.
That was sweet. Now I understand how the moon can block the view of the sun. But why is it so important to study the corona? I guess I need to learn a little more about the sun. Let's visit with Carolyn Inge of NASA's Sun-Earth Connection to learn more about this very important star.
Hello, Derek. You're right. The sun is very important to all of us here on Earth. Our sun is actually a very average star. It is not the brightest nor the hottest star, and is actually classified as a dwarf.
Heat and light come from deep within the center of the sun, where nuclear reactions between the gases release massive amounts of energy. Like Earth, The sun has an atmosphere surrounding it. Because the sun is so bright, it is hard to see the upper atmosphere of the sun. But when a total eclipse occurs, the moon blocks out most of the light from the sun, and the corona is visible.
As NASA looks deeper into different parts of the sun, we gain more knowledge about the Sun-Earth connection. We know how important the sun is to us all.
Heat and light generated by the sun make life on Earth possible. Variations in the sun's temperature could have dramatic effects on Earth's long-term weather. Solar storms affect satellites, telecommunications, electrical power grids on Earth, and are a danger to astronauts. The sun even holds clues to how we can generate renewable energy for future generations.
So studying the sun is extremely important, and a total solar eclipse gives scientists a dramatic way to study one aspect of the sun, its corona. Back to you, Derek.
And now you understand more about eclipses in the sun. I wonder if ancient people understood eclipses as well as you.
Here are some questions to consider. What did ancient civilizations think about eclipses? Can eclipses be predicted? Let's talk with Dr. Sten Odenwald from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center to learn how people develop their own special stories to explain eclipses.
Eclipses have long been a source of mystery. These events were often viewed with fear and awe in the past. Today, eclipses still thrill us. The ancient Chinese once believed that an eclipse of the sun occurred because a dragon was eating the sun. The Chinese would produce great noise, such as drumming or banging on pans, to frighten the dragon away and bring back the sun. A similar story is a Native American legend of the Choctaw Nation, attributing an eclipse of the sun to a mischievous black squirrel who would try to eat up the sun at different intervals. The Egyptian pharaohs believed they were the representatives of the sun god Ra, and the iris of an eye is often seen in their artwork, such as the Eye of Horus. Similarly, the ancient Nazca culture of South America believed that the sun and the moon were the separate eyes of the sky-dwelling gods. There is a very good reason for this belief. A total solar eclipse bears an uncanny similarity to an eye in the sky. The hole in the sky formed by the black disk of the moon mimics the pupil of the eye, while the rays of the sun's corona resemble the iris of an eye. Ancient cultures around the world have drawn this same symbol. At about the same time the Nazcan culture in South America recorded their eclipse, the same eclipse may have been witnessed by Philostratus in Italy. He wrote, "There appeared in the heavens a certain corona resembling the iris, surrounded the orb of the sun, and obscured his light." It's interesting that Philostratus used the term corona, which is the Latin word for crown. Today, astronomers still use that word to refer to the outer atmosphere of the sun. The ancient Greeks once feared eclipses, but fear turned to reason when a Greek-Turkish philosopher by the name of Thales used deductive reasoning to predict an eclipse. According to some historians, Thales was the first person to study solar patterns to accurately forecast an eclipse. The date was May 28, 585 BC. His prediction of darkness in the middle of the day actually brought an end to a 6-year war fought between two cities. Thales carefully studied the patterns of the moon. To do this, he used records left by the Egyptians and Babylonians. His prediction earned him a place among ancient historians as one of the 7 wise men of ancient Greece. Thales understood how angles were related and the properties of similar triangles. He might have set up simple proportions to determine when the Earth, Moon, and Sun would line up again. Thales may also have known that every 18 years and 10 days, the Earth, Sun, and Moon are in the same geometric relationship. This is called the Saros cycle. This means the same lunar phase happens on the same calendar day. Thales might have known when the last solar eclipse occurred in his geographic region from records kept by the ancient Babylonians. By adding multiples of the Saros cycle, every 18 years and 10 days, he could have predicted that a new moon and eclipse would reoccur on May 28, 585 BC. Some people thought he was a powerful magician, but Thales may simply have been using observations, historical records, and a little arithmetic to make his famous prediction. By always asking why and how, Thales contributed to the development of science and mathematics. Every time we observe a pattern and predict an outcome, we follow his example. Today, we know enough about the orbits of the Earth and the Moon to predict eclipses. Some people take special trips to watch a total solar eclipse. NASA has a team ready to observe and record the total solar eclipse in Turkey. In 2006, the path of totality travels from South America to Asia, where these ancient peoples once lived. And when viewing an eclipse, make sure that you wear proper eye protection. Sunlight is so bright during an eclipse that it can damage your eyes. Back to you, Derek.
Today, scientists at NASA have devised ways to create eclipses all the time. Can you think of a reason why scientists would want to create an eclipse of the sun all the time? Let's meet with Steele Hill of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center SOHO mission.
SOHO is a spacecraft that is closer to the sun than we are. It observes the sun from 1.6 million kilometers from the Earth. SOHO stands for Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. On board, 12 instruments gather information about the internal structure of the sun's outer atmosphere, and solar storms. There is no other spacecraft like it. The sun's magnetic field appears to be responsible for heating the corona and producing violent explosions called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs. CMEs carry billions of tons of charged gases into space, and CMEs can reach Earth in 1 to 4 days. To observe a CME, SOHO has two telescopes called coronagraphs. Circular disks in the coronagraph block out the sun to create an artificial eclipse, allowing NASA to observe the corona. Scientists watch clouds of plasma blasting out from the sun as flares or CMEs. SOHO takes images about every 20 to 30 minutes and sends these images to the Deep Space Network here on Earth. The images are processed and displayed on the web within 30 minutes after traveling 1.6 million kilometers. CMEs are one type of space weather that can set off electrical surges in power lines and create radiation danger for astronauts. Scientists worldwide are using SOHO data to learn how to predict space weather that could endanger the future explorers of our solar system. Although we scientists have the advantage of seeing eclipses every day through SOHO, nothing can replace the personal connection people feel when they observe a total solar eclipse here on Earth. Its profound effect links us back to the ancient peoples before us.
Our researchers remind us that an eclipse is more than just the sun, the moon, and the Earth. Each of us has a personal connection to the sun. Even our biological clocks are set to the light-dark cycle charted by the Earth's movement around the sun. Carolyn Ng has a special guest with her to help us better understand this sun-Earth connection.
Hi again, Derek. We are here at Chimney Rock, Colorado. I would like to introduce to you Dr. Shelley Valdez, Science Educational Consultant for Native Pathways. She's also a tribal member of the Pueblo of Laguna.
Thales understood that knowing how the moon moves through the sky is a key to predicting a solar eclipse. The Earth has a slight and slow wobble off of the ecliptic, which is the pathway of the sun and the planets as seen from the Earth. The ecliptic pathway is easiest to learn as it is seen upon the backdrop of the stars. This wobble causes the moon to rise a little further north and a little further south on the horizon over a period of 18.6 years. This movement of the moonrise over landmarks on the horizon appears to slow and then stop for several moonrises before the movement starts going the other way. The point at which it appears to stop is called a lunar standstill. Ancient Puebloans were avid observers of the brilliant night sky of the elevated Colorado Plateau on which they lived. They learned to time events throughout the year according to when a star constellation, the sun or the moon rose or set on the horizon. They also learned to build observatories that served the same function. At some point in time, it was noticed that the full moon rose between the two spires of Chimney Rock during the northern lunar standstill every 18.6 years. Ancient Puebloan rock drawings recorded eclipses. We know that an eclipse was important to the ancient ones because of the record they made on the rocks. Like the Nazca, the Egyptians, the Turks, and the ancient people everywhere, similar circular designs were used. Ancient people were divided by oceans, mountains, and deserts. But through their art they left behind, we know that eclipses were events which linked all people together, as it continues to do so today.
Today we continue to watch the passing of the sun and the moon in the sky.
Every year close to the spring equinox, a special solar event is monitored by scientists, students, and educators. People are brought together by celestial events such as total solar eclipses and the transit of Venus, as well as staged events called Sun-Earth Days. One of Sun-Earth Days' main goals is to provide an opportunity for you to learn more about the sun's connection to the Earth through images, cultural parallels, and activities. NASA's Sun-Earth Connection collaborates with schools, science centers, and museums around the world. We produce webcasts and other resources.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Alex.
You're very welcome.
Well, we really learned a lot today.
About eclipses, how they work, and how they affect people.
I would like to leave you with one final challenge.
Are eclipses or transits only caused by a moon's shadow on a planet? As our astronauts travel to the moon, Mars, and beyond, will they encounter any other object in space that may have the same angular size as that of the sun? Are there other relationships that might create an eclipse?
Conduct your research on the internet, and you can work together to find an answer. And you can get back in touch with me at NASA Connect. Well, this wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible.
Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Email them to Connect.
So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. Goodbye for now.
Hi, my name is Mary Sanchez. I work for NASA. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, or AIAA. We can help your students learn how math and science are used in everyday life. For more information on how to request a mentor for your classroom, please visit the NASA Connect website.
Although national air quality has improved dramatically over the last 20 years, challenges remain in protecting public health and the environment. In many areas of the country, people continue to suffer from respiratory and other health problems directly related to air pollution. Recent data show that nearly 160 million people live in non-attainment areas for ground-level ozone, also called smog, which is formed by nitrogen oxides or NOx and other pollutants. Close to 90 million people live in areas that violate air quality standards for particulate matter or small airborne particles. These air pollution problems are manifested by increases in premature mortality, increased asthma-related emergency room visits, increased risk for heart attacks, strokes, and numerous other health impacts, as well as millions of lost school and work days. One of the largest sources of air pollution is diesel exhaust. The construction industry is an important sector of the U.S. economy, employing more than 7 million people, with recent construction projects totaling over $1 trillion, or nearly 9% of gross domestic product. More than 2 million pieces of diesel construction equipment are used throughout the nation every day, generating almost 40% of land-based particulate matter emissions, commonly referred to as soot, and more than 30% of all land-based non-road emissions of nitrogen oxides, which are a major component of smog. In addition, diesel engines also emit numerous other toxic air pollutants. Along with mobile equipment such as bulldozers, cranes, excavators, and loaders, construction sites depend on stationary diesel engine equipment in a variety of applications. Diesel generators provide electrical power, while diesel compressors and pumps perform many other important construction tasks. Diesel engines can operate for decades. There are millions of diesel engines already in use that do not meet EPA's cleanest engine standards. These engines will continue to emit large amounts of nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. Fortunately, there are various products and technologies being employed throughout the industry to address emissions reduction, including ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel, more efficient diesel engines, diesel oxidation catalysts, and diesel particulate filters. By reducing emissions from both mobile and stationary diesel engines, the construction industry has the opportunity to address the problem of air pollution and help provide a cleaner, safer environment. One of the most significant construction projects in the United States today is doing just that. The Federal Transit Administration's Lower Manhattan Recovery Office, working with the area's transportation agencies like the New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority, is helping to rebuild the vital transportation infrastructure of this great city.
Good morning and welcome to New York. I'm Ramesh Raman and I'm with MTA Capital Construction. I'm responsible for the clean diesel exhaust emission program on construction equipment. Small space, a lot of construction equipment, a lot of people walking around construction equipment, no diesel smell and no black soot. You get the idea. That's what the program's all about.
New York's Lower Manhattan is a center of international finance and an American icon. Covering some 1.25 square miles, this area has over 108 million square feet of office space. More than 385,000 people are employed here, and 85% of them arrive daily by public transit.
People are sometimes surprised that people do live in the financial district. A building might have retail at the street level, but above it could be a co-op with many families with many kids. There are over 30,000 people that live down and around this key financial center. And there's a lot of tourists. It's very, very crowded. It's very, very dense. So therefore, when there are construction projects in an already congested neighborhood, a lot of work has to be done to minimize the impact on the people that live and work here.
Using clean diesel technologies to lead the way towards cleaner air, both the Day Street and South Ferry sites are complicated and challenging urban construction projects. As part of the Fulton Street Transit Center project, construction at Day Street will create an underground pedestrian walkway, connecting the PATH train terminal to the Fulton Street Transit Center, providing a gateway to subway lines across Manhattan and beyond. The South Ferry project will construct a new underground corridor, rerouting several subway lines, as well as establishing a new station at Battery Park and the Staten Island Ferry Terminal. Subcontract values from $3 million and up have brought more than 10 subcontractors with non-road construction equipment to the project, including 2 major retrofit suppliers and a fuel supplier wet hosing equipment on the site. Over 100 machines with Tier 2 engines ranging from 50 to 500 horsepower that meet some of EPA's most stringent standards. Over 100 diesel particulate filters were installed. Over 350,000 gallons of ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel have been used.
Air quality, noise, dust become an issue, and they become significant when a community surrounds the project site in such large gatherings.
I've been in the business 23 years, various different positions. This is the first project I've been involved with where we've had such strict diesel emissions requirements.
Our contract specifications asked for 3 simple things. Tier 2 engines with diesel particulate filter using ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel. We had some challenges in accomplishing these project specifications when it hit the contractor's desk.
When we first started, it was very difficult and frustrating because quite a few of the manufacturers didn't quite have what was required. Some of them were a little bit behind. Some of them were on top of it. And we also had quite a few subs who we had to bring along with this process. So initially it was difficult and frustrating, but as we worked through it, we got the hang of it pretty well. And as time goes on and more jobs come out, it'll just be the norm.
Ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel has a reduction in sulfur content from roughly 3,000 parts per million for current non-road diesel to 15 parts per million. This fuel improvement will create immediate and significant environmental and public health benefits, reducing particulate matter and nitrogen oxides, as well as other toxic air pollutants. And it will enable the use of new, highly efficient emission control technology on non-road, off-highway engines. As of October 2006, ultra-low sulfur diesel became the fuel standard for the highway sector, available nationwide.
The mitigation measures that we designed into the program started off with ultra-low sulfur diesel as the first element. It typically would reduce the particulate matter by about 10 to 15%. So that was the first thing that was put in place. The infrastructure was typically available. There were some doubts and some concerns about the ability to deliver it at a project site of this magnitude and service all the pieces of equipment. Tracking was a nightmare and an administrative nightmare initially because of a number of different suppliers. This was overcome by the general contractor single sourcing it and the fuel supplier barcoding all pieces of equipment. This resolved all administrative issues and we got a clean, neat, single report once a month which answered everybody's needs. Second thing that we examined was the engine itself that would arrive with the equipment. EPA had put out a tier rating on engines that measured PM at the time the engine was manufactured. It just so happened Tier 2 engines were arriving into the marketplace from the manufacturers. Tier 2 engines inherently are 60+% better in particulate matter. Starting with a cleaner engine made a lot of sense.
Non-road diesel engines are rated by a tier-level system, indicating emission standards. Prior to 1996, there were no emission standards for non-road diesel engines. From 1996 through 2006, increasingly more stringent Tier 1 and Tier 2 standards were phased in. Tier 3 and Tier 4 engine standards will bring even greater reduction in particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and toxic air pollutants, promoting better public health and a cleaner environment.
The engine technology has been changing at a breakneck pace. Caterpillar's been adding
electronic sensors, they're adding computers and electronically controlled fuel injection systems to help pull the emissions down to EPA federal levels. But in this area, due to the attainment, a non-attainment zone, that the city has such a high construction density, they want to take that emissions control for, one step or several steps further.
Construction equipment can be expensive, and companies make a significant investment in either buying or renting different pieces of diesel equipment to complete projects. Properly maintained, the equipment can have a long operational life, often lasting more than 25 to 30 years. Of the 2 million pieces of construction equipment operating daily in the U.S., approximately 30% are older diesel engines with no emission controls. These legacy machines can be repowered with a new, more efficient engine and advanced engine controls to significantly reduce both particulate matter and nitrogen oxide emissions at a cost much lower than the purchase of a piece of new equipment. Across the country, equipment manufacturers and suppliers have been repowering a wide variety of construction equipment. For one supplier in Houston, Texas, repowering has become a standard procedure.
Repowering an older machine with a Tier 1 engine or with a newer engine adds life to the machine, and along with maybe some component rebuilds, they can get a second, even a third life out of a machine that they may spend $250,000, $350,000 to replace. They get it for a fraction of the cost to do this, and some of the machines may be as old as 20 years old. The better technology of today's electronically controlled engines can just outperform the old mechanically controlled engines and mechanical fuel systems in them. It's been a good experience for us. We feel like we've benefited from it, and we feel good about the fact that with this one customer that we're doing for Williams Brothers, estimated over the lifespan of those machines, will reduce emissions released into the atmosphere by at least 500 tons. So we're very happy about that and pleased to be a part of it.
The third challenge was trying to get beyond the Tier 2 60% and put a filter on the machine itself. The fears were that we hadn't tried this before. In fact, nobody else had. There were studies done under very controlled conditions, but this was not a controlled condition. This was open market, open construction. The manufacturer of the retrofit, would he be able to supply the quantities needed was a big issue. And one of the other fears was it should not come in the way of a schedule. The construction schedule shouldn't get penalized because of having to have an equipment outfitted with a diesel particulate filter. So these were all concerns, legitimate, and yet we had to look at a diesel particulate filter would reduce particulate matter by greater than 90%.
One of the benefits, we were able to basically get this program started from the ground up. Between the Schiavone job we worked on with the MTA to Day Street, we were basically building this program as we went along. The MTA was instrumental in basically going back to the manufacturers, researching the information that we needed to help make ourselves and the DPFs compatible for our rigs. So it's been a building process that we've gone through, and we've basically laid the groundwork for other contractors to follow us, and it has made it a lot easier because we've done a lot of the legwork. And it shows really well how the MTA can work with not only manufacturers but subcontractors and general contractors to make this transition a lot easier.
This process started January of 2005. We were one of the subcontractors that were elected to start this project through the MTA project, through Schiavone Contracting and some of the contractors that were down here. Part of the process of retrofitting is determining what type of off-road equipment they have, and the sizes of the equipment, and the sizes of the engine. An off-road piece of equipment, in some case scenarios, it's so large, can we actually make a filter to fit it? So what we have to do is some engineering before we actually can sell them a filter. Instead of having it like an air filter and changing it in every day. This will last over a course of 1,000 hours before it needs to be cleaned. on an annual basis instead of a daily basis. On this particular site, on a warranty basis, we warranty the product for 2,000 working hours or 2 years. And we started the site in January of 2005. It's almost 2 years. We haven't had one warranty issue on this particular site.
I noticed that it's a lot quieter, a lot cleaner. It's a lot friendlier to the people in the neighborhood, you know, and I don't go home smelling like a diesel truck at the end of the day.
Personally, it's a lot better. You know, when you sit in this machine for 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, and you're smelling those fumes all the time, you kind of get a little nauseous and sick at times.
Every piece of equipment, whether it was a generator 50 horsepower or a crane that was 750 horsepower, had a diesel particulate filter put on.
Diesel oxidation catalysts, or DOCs, are a common exhaust aftertreatment technology used to reduce emissions when diesel particulate filters are not an option. At the O'Hare Airport Modernization Program in Chicago, Illinois, DOCs are the emission reduction technology of choice. A DOC can reduce particulate matter by 20 to 40%, reduce hydrocarbons and carbon monoxide by up to 50%, and reduce many toxic air pollutants. DOCs are often selected because they may be used with a variety of fuels. However, the greatest levels of reduction are achieved by using DOCs with ultra-low sulfur diesel fuels. There are a number of different DOCs available and verified by the EPA and the California Air Resource Board. Typical installation is relatively straightforward, and there is little maintenance required.
As far as retrofitting a vehicle with the diesel oxidation catalyst there, we actually have a cross-reference list that's published for it. So if you know the existing muffler part number that's on the vehicle, all you have to do is look that up, crosses over to its replacement diesel oxidation catalyst filter, and it can be done very easily right across the parts counter. Takes no training to install it, has no adverse effects on the operation, output, fuel economy, anything on the vehicle, and it is truly a direct bolt-on replacement for the muffler.
Retrofit technologies are advancing at a rapid pace. The use of established technologies such as diesel oxidation catalysts, or DOCs, and diesel particulate filters, or DPFs, continues to grow exponentially, while new emerging technologies are steadily improving.
The machine runs, I think, a lot more efficiently, and the greatest thing, especially working down in this area, is with the concerns for the environment. This machine is actually a godsend to actually have this built into the machine.
I think from my operators' notices, they think it's better. I think, you know, environmentally being around the machine is safer and better. In all means, it's better for us as construction people and for the public around.
These new technologies are helping us reduce harmful emissions, and such practices as eliminating unnecessary idling can help to lower emissions while reducing fuel consumption and improving your bottom line.
We're more educated about it now. We know more what we'll be getting into on future projects, as do the suppliers and the manufacturer of the equipment. So I would suspect as time goes on, this is just going to be second nature.
I believe the movement we're seeing to repower older machines with more efficient, cleaner burning engines is here with us. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg that we're seeing right now. I believe that restrictions are going to become more stringent.
As national air quality awareness heightens, we must continue to find ways to make our construction equipment, our practices, and our business choices more environmentally friendly. These affordable, available, clean diesel techniques and practices provide a strategy that can help local, state, and tribal air quality planning organizations meet national air quality standards. They are reducing the adverse health impacts of air pollution and improving the quality of life for everyone.
I feel a lot better when I go home, you know, compared to running the older rigs, you know. So this is clean, and it's lean, and it's mean. That's all I can tell you.
What's so great about these environmental performance commitments or measures that the agencies are working with the community and the people that live and work in the community to make it better. It's not only better for the people that work and live down here, but it's also better for the workers as well. And it's really nice that we've been able to come together to make our community more livable. The South Ferry train station, subway station, is also right there in the middle of Battery Park City. And people, when they want to come to the park, they don't want to be smelling diesel fumes. They want to be looking at the beautiful flowers and smelling the roses.
The New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority's Lower Manhattan construction projects and the people who work on them demonstrate the will, the determination, and the innovation that defines the American spirit, protecting the quality of air we leave for generations to come. For more information regarding EPA's Clean Diesel program, please contact www.epa.gov/cleandiesel.
Sustainable societies are those that embrace institutions, infrastructure, and lifestyles that meet current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable techniques are gaining popularity throughout the United States with individuals and communities. In 2008, the U.S. Botanic Garden hosted the One Planet Hours exhibit to show examples of functioning green techniques that can be used in homes and businesses that will make our society more sustainable. In addition, many of these techniques can also help improve the health of our nation's waters.
Sustainability is important to American cities because we're really using our resources at a rate far exceeding the ability for the planet to sustain us. We're really just using too much of the planet in order to live sustainably and comfortably for the next generation. One of the key elements of the exhibition is to show that emerging green techniques really can help us manage stormwater runoff in a much more sustainable manner. Some of the types of exhibits we have are rain gardens, green roofs, showcasing rain barrels, and all types of techniques to collect rainwater and reuse it. We've been very lucky to have over 40 partners from across the country to come together to talk to the public about things they can do to be more sustainable. One of the great things that has come out of this exhibition is a memorandum of understanding with the EPA Office of Water, where we're really trying to concentrate on green techniques and bringing those to the forefront of the public's attention and showing them what they can do at home. Our goal is really to mimic the natural water systems. We've done away with that natural water cycle through our construction and development. What we're really trying to do is take the water, slow it down, spread it out, and soak it in.
Green techniques like rain gardens allow water to soak into the ground and be absorbed by plants, instead of going into the storm sewer and having our downstream water resources polluted.
Rain gardens are very easy tools for soaking up and absorbing rainwater on site.
Rain gardens catch runoff from rooftop downspouts, driveways, and other hard surfaces. They retain the water rather than just letting it run off site.
By spreading that water out, slowing it down, and holding it for just a short while, we're letting it soak back in and replicating the natural processes. And they can be any size, they don't have to be huge. The first step in a rain garden is to check your soil drainage. Ideally, the perfect situation is to have about an inch of drainage per hour. We then will make a shallow depression. We'll take the soils that are in that depression and we will use them, we will mix the compost and pine bark in those, just organic material, so that we've got well-prepared, rich, humus soil for the plants.
Mixing in compost and other organic materials is critical to provide food for the plants and to improve the soil texture so that the water can soak in better.
We chose the plants in this garden with a number of objectives in mind. We wanted flowers, we wanted textures, we wanted color, we wanted plants that are going to grow easily without a lot of care. We're also picking plants for specific environments. The question of irrigation is a big issue now. So in this garden, we selected plants that were going to be happy with the amount of water that we gave them. Now, if you combine that technique with other techniques like using rain barrels so that you're capturing water so that you can use it later in your garden, you can dramatically reduce the amount of water that's coming off of your property and do an awful lot to benefit the environment.
Not only do rain gardens help absorb stormwater, but they provide habitat for wildlife and improve the aesthetic value of homes and businesses. More than one green technique can be used to create a more effective multi-layered approach. Green roofs can be used with rain gardens to protect water quality by capturing and slowing down rooftop runoff. Green roofs also help cool our planet.
The benefits of a green roof are numerous. The reduction of a building's energy needs, especially for air conditioning, increase in habitat, so reducing a footprint of a building, also reduction of pollutants from the stormwater. But some of the things are benefits that often are overlooked, and one of those is the improvement in longevity of a roof. So if you take a day like today, here we are with the ambient temperature about 70 degrees, partly cloudy, and the temperature on the average roof is over 160 degrees. And as a result, those materials that are used, the traditional asphalt shingle, that material is expanding during the day, and when it cools down at night, that temperature is reducing. And so you have this expansion contraction combined with the UV of the sun, and that's why a 30-year shingle never lasts 30 years. By putting in a green roof, that actually prolongs the life. One of the main benefits to having a green roof is its potential to reduce the amount of stormwater runoff. In fact, many of our studies will show that during the summer in the Northeast, we can trap 100% of the stormwater runoff. Those benefits can continue throughout a calendar year, and so we find that overall, over 55% of the stormwater runoff can be trapped by a green roof. It also is trapping many of the pollutants that come with stormwater runoff. The plants, and more importantly, the natural bacteria that are within the media, will actually use that as a food resource. One of the questions we often receive is, what type of buildings are best suited for green roofs? Really, it's wide open, from residential to commercial to industrial applications.
Rain barrels are an easy do-it-yourself green technique that collects rooftop runoff into a barrel. The tap and hose at the bottom of the barrel allow easy access to the water so that it can be used later to water your plants.
Well, here you see at the EPA Greenscapes exhibit, they've got their rain barrel attached to the downspout and the gutter. This collects the water during a rainstorm, stores it or slows it down so that it can be used later to water the garden in a dry spell. Typically you want to keep it accessible, and you may just want to plant around it, as in this case, and allow the foliage of the plants to hide it. They're pretty widely available. You can look on the internet to find a local source. A lot of municipalities have them available for residents. You can also find them at do-it-yourself stores, hardware stores, and most garden centers carry them.
Rain barrels are a very easy way for homeowners to save money on water bills, conserve water, and help protect the environment. Cisterns are very similar to rain barrels, but on a much larger scale. A cistern is a large storage tank designed to capture stormwater runoff from a building so that it can be later used for irrigation or other purposes. This cistern at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's headquarters building in Washington, D.C. can hold up to 6,000 gallons. In this case, the collected water is used for landscape watering. Installing green techniques at your home or business can help make our planet more sustainable by reducing the impacts associated with stormwater runoff. You can make a difference.
These techniques that we've been talking about enable anyone to do something to make their community more sustainable, to protect the water resources, to address some of the larger pollution issues that we have, to protect our waterways. These really are a beautiful solution to water pollution.
To learn more about how you can incorporate these green techniques, visit the websites of both the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. Botanic Garden.
The Empower Hour, the most informative environmental news hour on planet Earth. Get the tools you need to make a clean, green difference. It all starts with putting the brakes on water pollution.
I'm Chris Jackson.
And I'm Will Sanders. The Empower Hour is now. Empower Hour senior correspondent Kate Campbell continues her investigation into mysterious spots on pavement and even rainbows appearing in lots across Tennessee. Chris, with the help of an automotive expert, Kate sheds new light on what turns out to be an old problem.
We're going live to Kate for the story. Are you there, Kate?
Under here.
Are you okay, Kate? Hello?
Yes, Chris, I'm fine. I was directed down here to find the source of the spotted pavements and parking lot rainbows we've been seeing around town. You've heard the ancient saying the best place to find a leak is to look where it's leaking.
No, actually that's the first time I've heard that.
It's true. Ever notice the black stains in your driveway or green ooze in your garage? How about the red ooze you leave in the parking lot? And when it rains, how all these come together to create a rainbow? Yes? Well, pay attention out there because your car just might be the source if it's leaking fluids. If you find a puddle of red stuff and you're sitting in a restaurant, chances are it's probably ketchup. But if the puddle's outdoors and under your car, it's most likely a transmission fluid leak. To demonstrate all of this, I had wanted to put these fluids on the garage floor, but Barry, our automotive expert, pointed out that any leak, no matter the reason or size, can cause water pollution. So use your imagination as we explain this while keeping the fluids in the test tubes. So to continue, if you find an oily green or yellow liquid in your driveway, chances are it's from your radiator. That green liquid is coolant and poisonous to the environment as well as pets. If you see a puddle that is oily and black, chances are it's an oil leak. Oil is used to lubricate your engine so it runs smoothly. Oil leaks can occur in many places for a number of reasons: a worn gasket or plug, or even an inexperienced mechanic. An easy way to deal with an oil leak is to use an absorbent like kitty litter, sawdust, or oil dry to soak up the oil. Whenever you see fluids on the ground or pavement under your vehicle, take it to a professional mechanic who can help you identify and fix the leak. Otherwise, the problem will get worse, and you could even be left without wheels.
Great job of giving a shop class, Kate. But aren't we doing a show about the environment?
Oh, I almost forgot that part. Whatever leaks from your car gets washed by the rain into the storm drain, which in turn takes the water directly into our rivers and streams. When you think about the hundreds of thousands of cars and trucks that are leaking, you can see just how one leaking car can add up to a really big water pollution problem. Rainbows are beautiful in the sky, but ugly, slimy, and sketchy on the parking lot. And one final note, Chris. While I've been focusing on cars and trucks, our viewers need to understand that leaking fluid from boats, motorcycles, ATVs, and even lawnmowers can contribute to our water pollution problems. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Kate.
Kate solved the mystery and enlightened us all. We'll be back with a special report right after this empowering message.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next. And walking is also very comfortable. Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative.
And we're back.
Chris, to help us understand why taking care of a leaking vehicle and recycling used motor oil is so important, let's go to Tennessee's expert on pollution, the catfish.
Hi, Chris. Hello, everyone out there.
I'm Mandy Madison.
Wait a minute, Mandy. The script says you're supposed to be playing the role of the catfish.
Chris, I'm way too cute to be a catfish. I'm doing this as a sunfish. Anyway, taking care of leaky vehicles and recycling have a greater impact on our lives than most people know. Did you know that in fact recycling oil is not only good for the environment, but also good for the economy?
Really? How's that?
Absolutely. Recycling used oil can save consumers money, and used oil can be re-refined and purified into high-quality motor oil, thereby conserving natural resources and reducing greenhouse gases. So when buying engine oil, ask for re-refined motor oil. Buying recycled products is an important step in recycling.
So, what exactly do you mean, re-refined?
I mean, new oil or crude oil is oil that has never been used and must go through a refining process in order to become useful. This oil never wears out. It just gets dirty. When used oil is re-refined, it is cleaned and made into usable oil once more.
I see. So why are the leaks so bad for the environment if they come directly from our natural resources in the first place?
Great question, Chris. Oil that has leaked from your vehicle, recreational vehicle, or lawnmower is eventually washed with rainwater down into storm drains and ends up in our rivers, lakes, and streams, causing major problems. Oil sheen creates a barrier on the water's surface that prevents aquatic animals from being able to breathe. Check this out.
It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car.
What happened there?
That shows how your one leak may seem small, but your leak really adds up with all the others to create a big problem.
So, it sounds like there are a lot of good reasons to check your engine fluids, look for leaks, and recycle.
You bet your gills there are. Plus, it's against the law to improperly dispose of used motor oil.
Is there a place that our audience can go to learn more about the effects of motor fluids and recycling?
Oh yes, plenty of sources. They can log on to www.tdec.net or they can call the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation.
Great. Thank you for being so immersed in the subject.
That's lame, dude.
She's right, Chris. As we go to the break, here's something to think about. It takes 42 gallons of crude oil, but only 1 gallon of used oil to produce 2.5 quarts of new, high-quality lubricating oil. It takes only 1 gallon of used oil to contaminate 1 million gallons of drinking water. Re-refining used oil takes only about 1/3 the energy of refining crude oil to lubricant quality. Tennessee's do-it-yourselfers, people who change their own oil and work on their cars themselves, generate more than 1 million gallons of used motor oil each year.
You're looking at real heroes. Heroes in the fight against stormwater pollution. Pollution that endangers thousands of miles of rivers and streams in Tennessee every year. You can be a hero too, by doing the little things that will help keep our rivers and streams running clear and clean. Be a hero. Stop water pollution. Go to TennesseeWaterworks.com to learn how. Water pollution is everyone's problem.
Water quality is an issue that is on the minds of high school students in Tennessee. Carrie Downs has the story.
The majority of students that were surveyed said they are concerned about water pollution, but they aren't sure what actions they can take to control it. The really good news is that most believe they do have the power to make a difference.
You know, once you realize what causes pollution, it's really easy to put a stop to it. I'd never thought before that washing my truck on the pavement was a problem. But the soap suds go down the pavement, into the storm drain, and on to the river. Instead, wash your car on the grass, or better yet, take it to a commercial car wash.
In addition, more and more teenagers are learning about recycling and the proper disposal of automotive fluids and other chemicals.
Don't throw oil cans or stuff like this into the regular garbage. You need to take it to an approved collection center. Your city or county government can tell you about these centers. You can take used motor oil to oil collection centers, including many auto parts stores and places that do oil changes.
For a complete list of used oil collection centers, go to www.tdec.net or call 800-287-9013.
State officials have told the Empower Hour that they are encouraged by young drivers' attitudes and actions. Remember, it is illegal to pour used oil down a drain, pour used oil into a storm sewer, toss used oil on your driveway, street, or the ground, dispose of oil in lakes, streams, or wetlands, spread oil to suppress dust or kill weeds, burn oil outdoors, or mix used oil with other substances.
Every time it rains, all kinds of pollution ends up in our rivers and streams. It all starts in your neighborhood. Don't overdo it. For a healthy lawn, use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Here's a sudsy solution. Use a car wash or wash it on your lawn. Here's a slick suggestion. Fix leaks and clean up spills. If you follow these steps, do your part. You become the solution to water pollution.
With the license and the right to drive, you get freedom, but you also get something else. Next up is a segment on the responsibility that goes with freedom. Our own Brittany McNair has the story.
Emily Alexander is into the things most 16-year-olds want, like freedom, but she also has a different perspective on what comes with that freedom, responsibility.
I've got to be prepared for any possible dangers or problems, and I have to know about maintenance and how to keep my car from being a pollution machine.
While understanding how your car affects the environment may not seem important, more and more teenagers like Emily are taking a greener perspective on car care.
I wanted to know more, so I went online and found out a ton of information about proper motor fluid maintenance and the environment. I learned that taking used oil to a recycling center is free and easy. I understand that washing oil and other automotive fluids into the storm drain could cause major environmental damage. What we put on the ground filters through the soil and grass and goes into our drinking water. We know water pollution is a problem, and the solution starts with us. You, me, all of us. By fixing leaks and drips, regular vehicle maintenance, and recycling used oil, we are making a difference.
Now people like Emily are leading the charge for young drivers to take responsibility for their vehicles and the environment. And it looks like we're putting the brakes on water pollution.
All we have to do is remember these important rules. Check your automotive fluids monthly. Clean up any leaks you might have with an absorbent like kitty litter, sawdust, or oil dry. Recycle used oil you change yourself by taking it into a recycling center. And finally, remember that water pollution is not the other guy's problem. It's yours.
Emily's got it. She proves that teens are being responsible. And responsibility goes along with freedom.
And that's all we have for this week's Empower Hour. Be sure to check out www.tdec.net for more information. I'm Will Sanders, along with Chris Jackson, urging you to put the brakes on water pollution. Thanks for watching.
what a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, no, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So glad to have him. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? What? Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You got it, Sandy. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jesse?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go see. Let's go see. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Good morning. Good morning. Oh! Oh, your house is drinking or you're getting out. Oh my goodness. Say good morning, Varmint. Good morning. Oh, why are you shaking? What's the matter? He likes to eat a whole lot, guys. But anyway, we are doing the summer reading program, and it's called Dream Big, Read. Aw, what's the matter, Varmint? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? He don't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be strong when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yeah, yeah. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. Got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jesse has written, and this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? No. We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me. Because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall. I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I'll learn while I grow. Go the places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jesse, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do that.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, see what kind of sound Jesse has. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? You've got your whole world ahead of you. Every dream and everything you want to be, you have ahead of you. If you work hard, you can do it. Did you know sometimes it'll be smooth sailing? Can you do that with me? Smooth sailing. And other times it'll be a bumpy ride. Ooh. with a fork in the road. Is there gonna be forks in the road when we grow up? No. Somebody the other day said a fork in the road. We said no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water, and you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. You know, like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you? That's what my little boy said. He said, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you know that? Look at his head. Oh, he's sunk. You'll be all right because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars. Let's grab the stars. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Uh-oh. You won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Dad. That's helping. Uh-oh, we gotta get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Now we gotta ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Stop dropping y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. You put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. You know that? That's what she used to say.
I use elbow grease.
You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drum. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just hit the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what? If not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. You know that? Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? This table wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks?
No.
No, what does that mean? It means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And fly. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice, huh? I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! Oh, yes. What are we going to do first? Oh, look what he's doing. Look what she's doing. Okay. You do that. Everybody do that. Y'all going to teach me that. Woo! Oh, look back here. Varmint's doing? Should we check on him? Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Here's some. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. One. Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have? Okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jess? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. Oh, with my hair back and forth. Did y'all have this planned yet? Oh, you didn't. Oh, he didn't have it planned. Well, I like this song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up and let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to touch that hair. Okay. You ready?
Show it.
Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I guess his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a werewolf.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, babe? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a boy. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Does anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a boy. I love my girls, but I need a Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing I want to do. Well, for the army, I do want to train dolphins for underwater battles.
Oh my goodness. You want to be a chef, so would you like to cook in the military?
Yeah,
looks like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here. Hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on my girl and let me. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too, I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's gonna dance like cooks for us, you know that? Now, one of my dear friends at Amable Fire Department let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, they got race team. Awesome. Race team. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what it's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman?
Fireman.
Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that the deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But she still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also Ethan would like to be. I think you need to be a dancer. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. You need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are. If you can get... Are you all right? Fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit. Yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan. I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all can have a seat, too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that song by Michael Jackson?
I think I do.
Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? Armit forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him. And they talked about this, too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. want today. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say... Read it. When I say read it, you're going to say... Read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here
I'm laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
Ethan was holding that note. Did you see that, Jesse? I love it, I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. I was going to let you go, son. That was wonderful. Absolutely. All right. I got a question for you. We can either... Oh, no, wait. You all have made me smile so much today, it's not even funny. You are the best crowd. Give yourselves a hand. I have a question for you. We can either read that yawn book where we all fall asleep when we read it and we dream, or Jesse could do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm going to sit right here. I don't know what he's going to do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. Mamas, this might be for us. You may know? Anybody know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody loves Snoopy! Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way, okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Okay, what else you want to do? You want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross episode. Hey, Gila. Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Very good. I like his keyboard. How about y'all? Cool, huh?
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. Wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How about 20? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room's a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
lives in saltwater and freshwater, gobbles 200 pounds of seagrass a day, and calls elephants cousin. Stick around and you'll find out. Think about an endangered species. What's the first animal that comes to mind? If you're like most people, you probably thought of a rhino or a tiger or an elephant. But you don't have to go thousands of miles to find an endangered species.
Some of them are right here in the United States. They live in forests and lakes, deserts and streams. But I bet you didn't know one of the most endangered lives right here in the waters of Florida.
That's right, we're talking about manatees.
When you look at them, it's hard to believe that sailors once thought they were the mermaids of mythology.
But manatees aren't a myth, they're real and they're in trouble.
But how did these gentle giants end up in so much danger? And what's being done to save them?
Stick around while we find out.
A few facts about manatees. They're the only plant-eating marine mammals, and they have huge appetites. Most of the time, they tend to stay mainly in and around Florida, eating 32 to 108 pounds of aquatic plant life every day. They look pretty chubby, and there is a thick layer of fat under their skin, but it's not enough to insulate them against the cold. That's why they tend to hang out in the warmer waters of the South, but not always. Some manatees have migrated as far away as Rhode Island. But I was curious, what do they do in the wintertime, and how big do they get? I spent some time with a few manatee experts to learn more about these unusual creatures. You'll be amazed at what I found out. The first expert I talked to was Dr. Dan Odell, a research biologist at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, who took me to see the manatees in the rehabilitation area. He told me that manatees are from the order Sirenia, which includes the dugong from Australia.
There are 3 species of manatees. The West African manatee, which is of course in West Africa, the Amazonian manatee, which is in the Amazon River Basin, and the West Indian manatee, which includes the Florida manatee. The West Indian manatee ranges from roughly Florida in the north down to Brazil in the south throughout the Caribbean.
What other animals are manatees related to?
Manatees are related to elephants, hyraxes, and aardvarks. And if you just take the elephant and you look at an elephant that has very thick, tough skin, not much hair on it, some toenails, then you look at our friends the manatee here. It's very similar skin appearance, sparse hairs scattered over the body, and you see these very tiny fingernails.
I could see the resemblance, but unlike elephants, manatees have whiskery faces and little tiny eyes. Manatees can also stay underwater for as long as 20 minutes, diving down to feed no deeper than around 10 feet. Can you imagine an elephant doing that? I noticed that they don't really swim that fast. About how fast can they swim?
Manatees in general are very slow swimmers, going 1 or 2 miles an hour. In a burst of speed, if they really have to, they may be able to get to 10 or 12 miles an hour, but not for very long.
Even though they're massive, there's something graceful about manatees. Waving their fan-shaped tails, they glide through the water like big gray blimps. They can grow to be over 12 feet long, and at their heaviest, weigh in the neighborhood of 3,500 pounds.
Big manatees are probably as long as a mini pickup truck and probably weigh as much, or if not more in some cases, as a small pickup truck.
For an animal that eats a lot of lettuce, which is known to be a very healthy food, how did they get so fat?
Manatees have large, long intestines, lots of microorganisms, bacteria, that break down the plant material, release the nutrients. The manatees absorb it all and really turn it all into fat.
Because manatees only eat plants, they have different adaptations from other marine mammals like whales or sea lions. Adaptations like their teeth, for instance.
As they chew, even though it doesn't look like it here, the forces generated during chewing make the teeth move forward. And the manatees and one species of kangaroo do that. They move to the front, they're resorbed, and they fall out. They're known as marching molars by some people. And it goes on, as far as we know, as long as manatees live.
It's no wonder manatees go through so many teeth. Look how much they eat. I figured that couldn't be good for the environment, but I was wrong.
Manatees have a very important role in the coastal marine and freshwater environments by recycling nutrients. A big manatee may eat 100 or 200 pounds of vegetation every day, as long as it lives, which could be up to 50 years in some cases, and that makes a lot of fertilizer back into the water. So manatee really helps keep the ecosystem intact in a very dynamic state.
Makes sense to me, but if manatees are important to the environment, why are they endangered?
Manatees are endangered because of people. Historically, if we go back a few hundred years, people have eaten manatees. These days in Florida, it's not so much hunting, which is rare but still happens on occasion. It's other human activities. Their habitat has been severely impacted by human activities in Florida, and other things like boating. A large number of manatees are killed each year by power boats. They get entangled in fishing gear, they get caught in flood control dams. So it's other human things that are keeping manatees on the endangered list.
So, I wondered, how many manatees are left in Florida?
These days, the state of Florida tries to do a complete survey of state waters every winter when the weather's really cold and the manatees tend to congregate at warm water areas. They've counted over 3,000 manatees in some years.
Dr. Odell says that nobody really knows how many manatees are left, but if things don't change, they'll be on the endangered list for some time to come. And that would be a shame for an animal that's been around for millions of years.
Surprised? You shouldn't be. Manatees have been around a long time. Fossilized bones have been found that date back to 45 million years. They're very adaptable, but nowadays changes happen so fast in their habitat that they don't have time to adjust. Luckily, though, they have scientists, wildlife officials, and facilities like SeaWorld on their side. For over 20 years, a variety of government and private organizations have been working hard to rescue, rehabilitate, and release hundreds of orphaned and injured manatees. It's always been rewarding, but it hasn't always been easy. So, how do they do it? I mean, what does it take to rescue a gentle giant? It takes a lot of teamwork and a lot of heart. Check it out. When it comes to manatee rescues, Barbara Ramirez has seen it all. She loves her work, and it shows.
It's very exciting. You have a manatee that's hurt out in the wild, and you're trying to help it out.
It's not something you can do alone. It takes a lot of agencies to get the job done.
The very first agency is going to be the Florida Marine Patrol. That is the first people they are going to call. The Florida Marine Patrol is going to call the FWC, the Florida Wildlife Commission. They're going to be the ones that go out there. They're going to assess this manatee's problems.
Animal Care, this is Elena.
They are the ones who call us and let us know, yes, this manatee needs to be rescued.
There's no time to lose. The entire team scrambles, and the beach van speeds to the rescue. Once on site, the team quickly assesses the situation and works out the rescue strategy.
We also have to be careful of moms and babies in there. If it's a mom with a baby, we always take both of them. We don't ever want to separate a mom from a baby.
As soon as the plan is set, they move in, circle the manatee, and pull it in.
Once we have the manatee there, what we need to do is transfer the manatee onto a stretcher. Some manatees we have rescued weigh close to 2,000 pounds, and that's a lot of weight.
Let's go a little bit more.
We go ahead and load the manatee up into the beach emergency van. That's when the veterinarian takes over.
A lot of the time, the doctor who goes along is Dr. Michael Walsh, Director of Veterinary Services at SeaWorld Orlando.
The goal is to get that animal as quickly as possible into the truck, get them transported. We may do initial blood work on site. We may try to do an initial evaluation, but we're going to rely on what we can do back here to really complement what we do in the field.
The vets look for visible wounds or signs of blunt trauma from boats. There may be a crab trap line around their flipper, sometimes they get entangled in discarded fishing line. Whatever the problem is, manatee experts like Pedro Ramos are quite often part of the solution.
On the ride, we monitor the manatee, we monitor the respirations, we keep him wet so that his skin doesn't dry out. If he has some injuries that can be cleaned out, the veterinarian and the staff will start cleaning out the wounds. If not, it's simply a matter of monitoring the manatee.
Once the manatees arrive at the rehabilitation facility, the next step is to move them into the pool. But wait a second, if manatees are so heavy, how's that possible?
Well, usually what we'll do is put them into that pool.
1, 2, 3.
And depending on the size of the manatee, we actually have a crane. If it's a smaller manatee or if it's the baby manatees, we basically just hand carry them in the stretcher. We just put the stretcher in there and they swim right out of the stretcher.
Once the manatees are settled into their new home, the veterinarians run all kinds of tests to make sure they find any hidden problems. It's all in a day's work for these brave, dedicated animal paramedics. The whole SeaWorld rescue team is determined to save as many lives as possible, and they're succeeding.
As you can see, these dedicated animal experts have got rescuing manatees down to a science. After some life-saving care, they'll be on the road to recovery. The goal is to return rehabilitated manatees to the wild. The study of these animals may also help bring the endangered manatee back from the brink of extinction. So, how do you nurse an injured manatee back to health?
After a thorough examination, the next step in treating injured manatees is to take x-rays and perform minor surgery like suturing wounds and repairing fractures. To reduce trauma during treatment, the manatees are placed in special pools with hydraulic floors that lift the animals out of the water. The veterinarians face all kinds of manatee injuries, from damaged tails to deep cuts from propeller blades. But one of the worst and most difficult to treat is blunt trauma from boat collisions.
We've had manatees that have come in with a collapsed lung. And what happens is the front of the boat will hit the manatee on the side. It'll fracture a rib, and the rib will actually puncture the lung. It basically deflates the lung. And so they turn on their side.
To help them compensate or to help control that, what we've developed is a special type of wetsuit that we wrap all the way around the manatee, and we put in pieces of foam on whatever side is down underwater. And what that does is it brings that side of the manatee back up, and it helps them float right.
We actually see one side higher than the other, and when it's like that, they can't eat. And the way to get them to eat is to stabilize them and right them back up in their normal position, and these jackets can help do that. So it's a constant learning process all the time. We're always modifying, always changing. So you've got to be open to innovation, changes, what's new in the field, to make the problems approachable.
Dr. Walsh and the other vets who work with manatees have faced a lot of unique challenges over the years.
The first challenges we faced are we had to learn how to sedate them without hurting them. We then had animals that needed surgery, so we had to work out general anesthesia, which was totally different for us. We had to figure out medications, and then we had to figure out the use of diagnostic techniques like ultrasound.
They also use a technique called thermography to diagnose internal problems. Thermography uses a heat-sensitive camera to scan the manatee's body in search of hot spots that indicate possible infection or trauma.
What we're seeing here is a person's hand, which is much hotter because it hasn't been in water, pointing down to an infection in the flipper of the manatee.
Even with all their advanced medical technology, manatee vets often have to use their professional intuition and experience from working with other species.
Once a manatee starts doing better, we'll let them out of the medical pool and put them into the isolation pool.
The isolation pool is set up so the rehab crew can monitor the manatee's progress and help them make the transition to eating on their own.
Manatees feed on the surface and they feed on the bottom. So just dropping the lettuce in the water, it's going to float, so that takes care of that. But we need to somehow get it on the bottom. And Barb has some lettuce tubes over here that we've made. You can see it's just like a PVC tube, and all we've done is cut out an opening in it, and we put this weight on it. So what we're gonna do is slide the lettuce heads into the tray, and we'll just put it in the water, and then that'll sink it.
One manatee can go through 100 pounds of lettuce a day. At that rate, they'll be ready for release in no time.
Saving a full-grown manatee has its challenges, but just imagine taking on the responsibility of saving a 45-pound orphan baby.
Light, easy to move, no problem. Except, what do you feed it? You can't exactly go to the grocery store and pick up a case of manatee calf formula, so you create your own. And that's exactly what SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Mike Walsh did for Pistachio, another baby manatee.
Pistachio was an orphan manatee. He was found in the Daytona Beach area. State biologists were observing him for a couple of days.
They were pretty sure the baby had been abandoned. No large adults were in the area, and no females were coming by. It's possible the mother fell victim to natural causes. Nobody really knows. The important thing was to take care of this helpless little manatee.
Pistachio came in as a tiny baby in the 40-pound type range. Now, that's pretty small. Babies like this are born between usually 50 and 100 pounds, so he was even underweight for when he came in.
Getting manatees to their optimum roly-poly weight isn't as easy as it sounds. Most manatees come in dehydrated, so that's the first problem to solve.
And once he came in, we x-rayed him, we got weights on him, and we started tube feeding him.
We give them what's called a gruel substance, and that is like a spinach. It's ground up spinach and romaine lettuce and water. You go ahead and pump that into the manatee. I can guarantee you, again, about 99% of the manatees that come in here are gonna have that done.
In between tube feedings, they train Pistachio to accept the bottle. Raising any baby is a 24/7 job, with feedings every 2 hours. And Pedro has plenty of experience with that. He's been a manatee foster parent more than once.
Oh my goodness. Come on down, there you go. Let's get you into position. Flippers down. We've been working on him pretty much round the clock, and he's understanding how to take the bottle. He's just learning now where to come over to get his bottles. That's why we slap the side of the pool. That lets him know that it's feeding time, and he'll come right over. It's kind of like ringing the dinner bell for him.
We like to get them up to 700 pounds. And the reason for that is when they go out into the wild, they have to be able to endure the cold weather during the winter. And that winter weather is a challenge to them if they're not nice and plump.
In Pistachio's case, the standard bottle mixture didn't work, so a new formula was created. The big question was, would it be enough to save him?
Well, Pistachio's formula was designed based on a couple of things. We know the babies can come down with intestinal problems. And prior to Pistachio, about half of the babies were lost with a type of disease process called pneumatosis intestinalis. What that is that you get air in the wall of your intestinal tract and it becomes dysfunctional. It just won't work. It can't pass food, it can't absorb food. And we knew that we didn't want to lose him like we'd lost some of the others, so we got on the internet and tried to find a new treatment.
Dr. Walsh got lucky. He found a treatment that somebody used in Ireland on a human with the same disease. It's called an elemental diet.
We got around the disease problem by using this dietary approach. So he had a very severe case of this disease, and yet he survived. We're batting 1,000 now, where we used to bat 500.
Rehabilitation can take a few days or a few years. In Pistachio's case, he stayed in the baby pool for about a year. When he was big enough and eating some lettuce on his own, he was moved to the main exhibit, Manatees, the Last Generation.
The important thing about that part of the rehabilitation process is that we have adult manatees there, and that's where he's going to start learning to really be a manatee. So far, all of the contact he's had has been with us, but we need him to know that he's a manatee and how to act.
It's all part of preparing an orphan for release. To survive in the wild, Pistachio had to be mentally and physically ready. Thanks to the dedicated team at SeaWorld, he was. He came in small, alone, and malnourished, and after 3 years of loving care, he left huge, healthy, and ready to join his own kind. That's not the only success story. Since 1976, SeaWorld has rescued over 250 manatees and released over 100.
After months of planning, the release team waits for a cold front to move across Florida. Manatees migrate to warmer waters when the temperatures drop. When that happens, the release operation is set into motion. It's hours of wet, exhausting work, and it's worth every minute.
So how do you decide when a manatee is ready to be released? According to Dr. Walsh, you have to look at a lot of things.
If they had some abnormality on x-rays like Pistachio did, then we'd recheck his x-rays, make sure it's cleared, and make sure his blood work was all normal, and see whether or not size-wise he could go back out without any challenges from the wild.
When the manatee is ready, a whole team of experts gets together to figure out where and when to release it.
Everybody sits down together, agrees on a date, when to release him, what would be better, whether it's in the spring or in the fall, and we also decide where to release him.
But the final decision is up to the Florida Wildlife Conservation Commission and officials like Nicole Adamy.
Releases are very dependent upon the individual manatee themselves. The site is chosen depending on where the animal came from. What we try to do is we try to pick up and release the animal where the animal was rescued from.
And other times we have to take them far away because the area we rescued them from is really what got them into trouble in the first place.
Weather plays a big part in choosing when to release the animal. If the manatee was rescued as a baby, it needs to be released in the wintertime at a warm water site where it'll have plenty of company. It's also important because the cold weather will force the manatee to stick around long enough to remember the site next winter.
Just prior to the release, what we'll do is, of course, take the last of the blood samples for last-minute confirmation that the manatee's okay. We get a weight on them, and all of this is mostly just for records for the state because after we release them, we'll go back periodically and check up on them.
When the big day arrived for Pistachio, he was ready, but it was still hard to see him leave.
You become attached to them. You have this baby that was only a few days old when they brought him to us, and you see him go through a really tough time where you thought you were going to lose him, and he pulls through that until you finally get to the day where he has to go home. Going on a release is a really good feeling. You see a manatee that was in very serious condition, sometimes almost dead, and you've nursed them back to health. Most of the times, it's just a happy feeling, and you let them go and you wish them well. The ones that are a little bit harder to let go are the orphans that you hand raise, like Pistachio.
Over the next year, the state keeps tabs on the manatee with a tracking device, a kind of pinging radio transmitter. That way, they can monitor where the manatee goes and how it's doing. Some manatees are so badly injured that they can never return to the wild, so they go to special habitats for long-term rehab. But whether they're released or stay at SeaWorld, it's the caring part of animal care that's most rewarding. Watching a healthy manatee like Pistachio swim away into its natural habitat is the happy ending everyone hopes for.
After a period of time, he started moving out from the spring area and went out into the river that connected to the spring, and then moved up and down, hopefully eating well. It's a good feeling when you're there to see him go.
It's a really good feeling because you know that you've succeeded, you know you've done your job.
Pistachio is one lucky little manatee.
I wouldn't exactly call him little, but Pistachio is lucky. He got exactly the right care at the right time from his dedicated friends at SeaWorld. And now he spends his winters in the warm waters of Blue Springs doing what manatees do. You can be a friend of manatees too. Learn all about manatees and their habitat. Support groups who are establishing refuges and encouraging people to act in a manatee-friendly way. Maybe if we all work together, we can save the manatee. Pistachio is a wonderful success story, from the creation of his special formula to his ultimate release. But not every manatee is so lucky. Many are lost to illness or injuries. Some are even permanently disabled and can't go back to the wild. But the ones who can prove that sometimes rescue, rehabilitation, and release is more than a new beginning for these gentle creatures. It could mean a new beginning for the entire species. So, what can you do to help?
What can you do to help preserve the manatees? Well, actually, there's a lot.
Don't put stuff into the water that's not supposed to be in there. If you have old fishing lines, make sure you take those and throw them away properly.
There's a lot of organizations out there that are involved in manatee conservation, and you can always get involved with one of those. I mean, just get on the internet and look, and you can find them.
You can support education projects, you can support research projects. All those things do help the plight of the manatee.
You can be a safe boater. Obey all the speed and wake zones on the waterways.
We just need people to abide by the rules that are out there. You know, slow down where we know that there are animals, for sure. It gives them a chance to hear the boat. It gives them a chance to move out of the way.
Manatees are totally surrounded by boats. There's over 1 million of them on Florida waterways. Just imagine being on a street with that many cars.
There are so many boats around that having a boat around is normal. What is not normal is to have that boat at 50 or 60 miles an hour skip over their line of transfer, intersect where they're going, and hit them before they have a chance to react.
That's the whole idea behind the manatee caution zones, and that's why we need to support legislation to protect manatees and all our wildlife.
I think it's important that we just educate ourselves about wildlife in general. We want them to stay wild, and that is one of the best things we can do to help an animal out.
Pierce.
You can also help other people learn more about manatees by sharing what you know, and you can support the people who actually rescue manatees. One way to do that is to let them know if you see an animal in distress.
The best thing anyone can do when they see an animal is to call and report it right away. Either Florida Marine Patrol or call the Conservation Commission's hotline. And then to go and wait there until someone comes on site. And not to touch the animal, not to approach the animal, but wait for a professional or someone who's trained. They can not only injure themselves, but also injure the animal as well.
If you live in Florida, helping manatees can be as simple as buying a manatee license plate. A lot of the money goes to research projects around the state. You can make donations to organizations like Hub SeaWorld Research Institute. And if you don't live in Florida, you can support local aquariums and wildlife parks.
We have some manatees that were rescued, and due to their injuries, they can't go back. When the public comes through the park and they see these manatees and they see the injuries that they have, it makes them aware of the problems that they have.
One of the things that we need to always keep in mind with an endangered species is that it never really ends. Even if that animal's numbers improve slightly, they're never out of trouble because we're constantly chipping away at what they need to survive.
So it's up to us working with the public, the federal agencies, and the state to actually get to where we prevent the injuries rather than trying to come back and treat them.
I think one of the best things we could do is just think about what we're doing today, because it definitely has an impact on what happens tomorrow.
Sadly, the things that make manatees most adorable, their childlike curiosity and slow-moving, gentle nature, also make them vulnerable. It's hard to imagine our world without these amazing animals, but it could happen.
It's up to all of us to protect them, and not just manatees, all animals. Even the ones in your own backyard. And it's so easy. Start a neighborhood environmental club. Recycle. Boat slowly through waters where manatees live. And be careful about what you trash. Something that seems as harmless as a plastic bag can mean serious trouble for wildlife.
So let's all do our part to protect these amazing animals, and maybe they'll be around for another 45 million years.
Because if they win their fight for survival, we all win.
Sometimes it's better to look at space from space.
And sometimes it's better to look at Earth from space.
But can the same kind of technologies used to discover black holes and distant galaxies be used to teach us more about our own home in the universe?
And can it help us explore new frontiers of space?
You betcha. I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonzo.
On today's NASA 360, we're going to take space exploration full circle. From the amazing discoveries of deep space back down to Earth, where scientists are using those same optics to look at our home planet in ways we've never explored before.
And to prove that there's always something new to discover, especially where you least expect it, I'm going behind the scenes at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab to find out what's happening on Mars.
But we can't talk about discoveries in space without talking about NASA's most prolific scientific tool to date, the Hubble Space Telescope.
First of all, no self-respecting Earthling should ever go without knowing a little bit about the Hubble Space Telescope. Why? Well, the Hubble Space Telescope has revealed more to us about space in the past 10 years than we've ever known about the universe. Ever. And it's the direct solution to a problem these telescopes have faced since the earliest days of their invention: the atmosphere. See, observing space from space has revealed some pretty significant things. It allowed us to measure the age of the universe. It confirmed that every large galaxy has a massive black hole at its center, and it was key to the discovery of the role of dark energy, just to name a few. But what does that mean to us here on Earth? Well, the more we study the composition of the universe, the more it reveals how it and we came to be. Hey, you want to see how Hubble works? Check this out.
This is the Hubble Space Telescope Operations Control Center. And this is Keith Walyas.
Hi, Jennifer.
How are you, Keith?
Great. How are you today?
Great. He's going to give us a behind-the-scenes look at the brain center of the Hubble Space Telescope.
You want to take a look inside?
Yes.
Come on. Come on in.
So, Keith, what's going on in here?
Well, this is the Hubble Space Telescope Control Center. And from here, this is where we command the telescope. And by commanding the telescope, we're going to tell it where to point, which pictures to take, when to send the data back down to Earth. And the pictures that you see, they're not really pictures that we're taking on board. They're just computers taking pictures, but they're different kind of pictures. When we look at something, we look in visible light. Well, we don't just look in visible light. Hubble also takes pictures in near infrared, kind of like those night scopes that you see. We also take pictures in ultraviolet. We also have cameras which aren't exactly cameras, but they're more like spectrographs. It's like a prism. It breaks the data down into all the different beams, and then we study from there. So we actually have 5 cameras on board taking pictures, not just one, sending the data down. And the data is going to come down here to Earth. It's going to come through our control center, and then we're going to send it up to the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. And from there, they're going to disseminate the data and send it out, and people are going to look at it on the web, in the newspaper, and all different places.
So, Keith, who decides what Hubble should be looking at?
Well, that's tough because it's a very popular telescope to use. In fact, so many people want to use it that only 1 in 7 actually get to use it at any given time. And it's peer-reviewed. You'll have a group of scientists, professors looking at the different proposals coming in, and they'll decide which ones get that very valuable time on Hubble.
There's so much space out there and so little time, huh?
Yeah, fortunately we have quite a few different cameras and optics on board. In fact, do you want to go over to the clean room and see some of them?
I would love to do that.
Well, we're going to need to get you in a bunny suit first.
Bunny? As in rabbit?
If you like, but I was thinking more of a clean suit, and we just call them bunny suits, and you'll see why when you get into one.
You know, without NASA, bunny suits wouldn't be what they are today. After a little research, NASA found out that the greatest source of contamination in clean rooms came from workers, and this is because microscopic body particles could actually find their way through the tiny windows in woven garments. Using that data, Tyvek was created. It's non-woven, and it filters 99% of all particulate matter. We're talking the small stuff, guys. Today, bunny suits are used in hospitals. They're used in the clean rooms of computer companies, as well as in situations where we need to be protected. Gloves are next, I think. Oh, I'm ready. I'm clean.
Welcome to the world's largest clean room.
It's amazing, right?
And the reason we have this exact mechanical replication of it, we need something that looks just like Hubble, functions just like Hubble, so everybody can see what it really looks like when they get up there to work on it.
So Mike, Hubble has more than one instrument.
Right, it has actually 5 instruments, 2 types of cameras. Imaging cameras, which take all those beautiful, pretty pictures that you see, and spectrographs. Spectrographs are the types that put the physics and astrophysics. They measure all the physical properties of the things we're looking at.
So what about those images? They are stunning, but what do astrophysicists know what they're looking at? So what about all those amazing images from Hubble, like this one here? To me and my untrained eye, this looks like a falling star.
Jennifer, that's a very good guess, except for the fact that it's not just a tiny little point of light. It's actually got a lot of extension and fuzz around it. This is a Hubble image of a comet, which is a body that was created at the very early beginnings of our solar system.
This is amazing, but you know, it leaves me with this question. I mean, how do astrophysicists like yourself take this data and then turn it into a meaningful image or even a plausible theory?
Well, it's actually not as complicated as it may seem. Hubble, while a very, very expensive, fancy instrument above the in Earth orbit, is using a camera that's very much like the electronic camera you have at home. So think of a megapixel camera. This is about 1,024 pixels along this direction, another 1,000 along this direction. And it's taking snapshots. And if we know how far this object, how far away it is from us, and we can figure out how much light is in each little box, each little pixel of this image, we can figure out how big and how bright the thing is that we're looking at.
So, Carrie, looking at space from space is truly the way to go.
Oh, absolutely. When you're above the atmosphere, you have none of the blurring effects. Everything is crystal clear. The Hubble images of this comet, for example, we can see things as small as 10 meters across.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liss.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, telescopes in space are finding the building blocks of life out there in the universe. But can they tell time? Can they predict tomorrow's forecast? Yeah, actually, they can. Stick around and you'll find out how. You're watching NASA 360.
The beach has got to be one of my favorite places on the planet. You know, this is where I can see 3 things I can't live without, or we can't live without: the sun, the sky, and the ocean. And I'm not just talking aesthetics here. See, the pure science of how these 3 things interact, it's huge. That's why NASA has made studying that dynamic a priority. And that's why right now, Jennifer Pulley is making it a priority. Jennifer.
The Earth and the Sun, they have a beautiful relationship. Okay, I know that there are several other planets out there that also place the Sun in the center of their existence, but Earth and Sun have something pretty special going on. In fact, the only thing that comes in between the two is the Earth's atmosphere. And actually, that's a good thing. Because beyond the Earth's protective layers is the exotic outer atmosphere of the Sun, known as the heliosphere. Now, the heliosphere is full of ionized atoms, magnetic fields, and much more, all moving about in every direction at about 1,000,000 miles an hour. That's the stuff our Earth's atmosphere is constantly interacting with. And it's mostly unpredictable. More than ever, it's causing major problems with technology, like cell phones, GPS positioning, and satellites. To get a grasp on what's going on up there, NASA has sent a satellite to one of the least explored regions of the Earth's atmosphere. Think of it as the final frontier of the Earth, except in the sky. So what exactly are scientists looking at?
Thermosphere, ionosphere, mesosphere, energetics, and dynamics.
Otherwise known as timed.
Yes.
Guys, this is Dr. El-Said Talat, and he's studying the final frontier of the Earth, which is the thermosphere, ionosphere, mesosphere. It's the final frontier of the Earth's atmosphere, right? Why study this region?
Well, it's the interface and buffer region of the Earth's atmosphere. It's where the sun's energy is first deposited into the atmosphere, and it's where the atmosphere interacts with the near space environment.
So scientists have known for years that the sun impacts the Earth, right? Okay, so what else is there to learn? What's changed?
Well, we've never made a really good exploration of this part of the atmosphere. We've only had sporadic measurements over the years. And so TIMED is the first global exploration of this region of the atmosphere. And TIMED is providing scientists all around the world with the first basic understanding of the natural processes that affect this part of the atmosphere and human activities that may affect it as well.
Okay, so we've learned about the TIM of timed. We're left with ED, energetics and dynamics. Explain that.
Well, we're studying the energy transfer in and out of this region of the atmosphere and the dynamics that result from the energy being put into the part of this atmosphere.
So the research you're doing today with timed will hopefully keep us one day from never having to say, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello, right?
All right.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Talat. Appreciate it.
Before we jump into a discussion about the ocean, I want to talk to you about my sunglasses. They're probably no different than yours, but did you know that a lot of NASA know-how was taken by the sunglass industry to make these? Yeah, it's called a technology spin-off. First, polarized lenses. They filter out the harmful UV rays and prevent glare, especially when you're surfing and skating. And without the research NASA did on human optics, we'd be forever squinting. Ouch. Not good. Second, scratch-proof lenses. Now these days, all lenses are plastic, but they're stronger than ever because of a protective coating originally designed to protect spacecraft from the harsh environments of space. But can they resist the diamond-like strength of sand at the beach? We'll never find out in this episode. Not with my shades, at least. Okay, so yeah, it's true. Yes, I'm a surf fanatic. I love the beach. But I know that there's more to the beach than just a killer set of waves. Yeah, the ocean's it's a living organism, and when it changes, life on Earth changes. And no one knows more about that than this guy right here. What's going on, bro?
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. How's it going?
Good. This is Dr. Josh Willis, an oceanographer at NASA. Wait. Oceanographer at NASA. I didn't know that NASA studies the oceans.
Yeah, that's right. NASA, of course, studies everything in the solar system, and it flies some really important satellites. And satellites are one of the best ways to look at the ocean.
Really?
It's really only from space that you can see the whole ocean all at once. So we have lots of really important satellites like Jason 2, that actually measure the height of the ocean from 800 miles in space. And they can measure it with the accuracy of about an inch. That's about the size of a quarter from 800 miles in space.
So obviously this is one watery planet.
Remember, 70% of the Earth is covered with ocean. And it turns out that as the planet heats up, as we trap extra heat here on the Earth, 80 to 90% of it winds up going in the ocean. Now that heats up the water, and when the water heats up, it expands. It actually gets taller. So adding heat to the ocean makes the sea level rise because the ocean just takes up more room. So for instance, coral reefs, many coral reefs live in a very narrow range of temperatures, and if it goes outside that, the reef can die. And of course, if the reef dies, lots and lots of fisheries, lots and lots of other animals and marine life dies along with it.
So NASA sent a satellite to study the oceans. I mean, what's it exactly doing?
Well, I tell you, what you really need to do is go see my friend Bill at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Bill Patzer, he knows all about this stuff, and quite honestly, I gotta work on my tan, man. Look at the time, I gotta get out of here.
I put this guy in the show and let's see what I get. Paisan, I'll talk to you soon, all right? Be good. Thank you, Doc. Yeah, right on. Hey, Dr. Patzer. Hey, Josh sent me.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah, how you doing? Right on, dude. Listen, I heard you're a surfer.
Well, you know, I'm an old surfer, you know, not a young surfer like you.
Oh, but it's cool, but listen, as a surfer, you know, I'm like one of your most humble students of the oceans today, all right? Can you tell me what OSTM Jason 2 is telling us about the oceans?
Well, this is a great series of missions that's been flying for almost 15 years now, and we're mapping the heat and the height of the ocean. And this is very powerful information, Johnny.
So what's the Pacific Ocean telling us?
There is a very large signal out there, Johnny. As CO2 has increased over the past century, the response in the Pacific has been dramatic. Sea level has risen almost 8 inches in the last 100 years. And so really, it's the unequivocal proof of global warming. And so the question really for civilizations all across the planet is, what impact will this have on normal climate and weather systems? Because we're definitely living in a warmer world of higher sea levels, and it's more than just beaches disappearing. It's going to be a fundamental shift in climate systems and will have a powerful impact on civilizations, not only in the United States, but everywhere on the planet.
Now, one way to study the importance of water to a planet is to study another planet that has water, or some form of it. Hey, stay tuned, because NASA 360 is taking everything you've learned full circle. The more we learn about space, the more we learn about the origin and composition of space. And that helps us understand the origin and composition of the Earth. So how is all that knowledge being used together? Well, we need to look no further than one of our closest neighbors in the solar system, Mars.
It's red, it's rocky, and apparently it's full of water. To understand how water could exist on a planet like Mars, scientists study the minerals that are left behind after it evaporates. It's kind of like doing investigative forensic work, but without being able to set foot on the scene of the crime. It requires some very special tools, not to mention a scientist with a very keen eye. And one of those is Dr. Deborah Buchkowski. Hi, Deborah.
Hi, Jen.
Okay, so let me make sure I have this straight. Your job is to analyze pictures of water that's evaporated.
You know, to use your forensics analogy, it's like we're looking for the spectral fingerprint of minerals that might have formed in water. And we can then use that and look at these minerals to determine how long that water might have been there, where it might have come from, and even whether or not there might have been life there at one point.
You mentioned spectral fingerprints. What does that mean?
We've all seen rainbows. We've probably all in science class done something with a prism where we broke up sunlight into many different colors.
Right.
What most people don't know, though, is there's more than those 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. But our eyes can't necessarily see all these hundreds of colors. However, we can make instruments and machines that can pick out all these colors. And some of those colors are particularly indicative of certain minerals, especially minerals that formed in water.
And all this investigative work, I mean, finding out about if water was on Mars, how long it's been there. What does this tell us, and why do we care?
It's not enough to know that there was once water flowing on the surface of Mars. Just by looking at certain features on Mars, we could actually tell that there might have been some kind of liquid flowing on the surface, especially right here in this region, where there are things that look like riverbeds, or in here, this whole region resembles parts of the Earth where there have been catastrophic floods.
You know, Deborah, I have a feeling that what we find out about the history of Mars can only give us insight into our own planet. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One of CRISM's recent accomplishments was helping to find the perfect landing spot for a new Mars visitor. One that is currently on the surface of Mars, scooping up those minerals we were just talking about, and discovering water.
NASA's Phoenix mission to Mars definitely caught the world's attention. I mean, discovering water on Mars, man, it's incredible. But before the Phoenix mission, there were the Mars rovers, NASA's twin robot geologists. They have wheels to get around, cameras to see. They even have robotic arms to pick up samples. It's almost like having humans up there. So what does it take to build a rover like that? Follow me. There she is. Just the person I was looking for. Jessica, how are you?
See you.
Good to see you. She worked as an engineer on the Mars rover project. All right, so building something like this, I mean, it's there's a lot of elements to consider.
Right.
What does it take to build something that's almost human-like?
Well, that's a very good point. You know, we aren't sending humans to Mars right now, and we need to build a spacecraft to go explore in the same sense that we would explore ourselves. So we need to think about visuals. How are we going to decide where we're going to go? We need to be mobile. We need to have a mobility system to be able to drive around for the rover case. So we have these cameras that we're able to span out across the horizon, pick our next target. We have an autonomous navigation system which allows us to drive with no instructions throughout the day. We just pick that target, drive off to that area. We have solar panels that allow us to keep charging every day so that we can run as long as the soil will allow us. You need to think about the way that you communicate back to Earth. So we have our antenna system, our telecom system, and And then you need to think about, well, what's the science that you're doing? And so, just like a geologist in their, tool belt has all these different types of instruments, we pack them on our robotic arm on our rover.
Sure.
So if you can imagine the robotic arm, just like a human arm, shoulder joint, elbow, wrist, and then the hand is a collection of, in this case, 4 different types of devices.
Jessica, what's next for Mars?
Right, so we have the two of these rovers that are currently on Mars, the Phoenix landed mission, and what we're working on next is a rover that's probably about twice the size of this rover. And what we'll be able to do with that is, with a bigger mobility system, a bigger engineering mobile type package to get around Mars, we'll be able to go to those interesting places that are even further from where we land.
Thanks a lot. Although the technology is mind-blowing, the star of the show, the reason the arm works so hard, it's all about the water. All right, so we're here at the Mars Area with Dr. Ashwin Vasavada. I mean, it's a simulation of Mars. It's very dry and rocky. Dude, are you sure there's water on Mars?
That's a good question. I mean, you wouldn't think so if you looked at this.
No.
And in fact, a lot of Mars today looks just like this. But the key is that when we look at Mars from orbit with instruments like XRISM and other big high-resolution cameras that we have in orbit, we can tell that a few billion years ago, perhaps, in ancient early Mars history, it looks like there's water all over the place. We see evidence for rivers that are now dry, see evidence for maybe shorelines of ancient oceans, lakes that are no longer there, and that's the kind of place we want to target with the Mars Science Laboratory. Go to one of those places and try to figure out what exactly the environment was like a few billion years ago.
So what are we learning up there that's going to help us down here?
Well, I think the thing to keep in mind is that Mars and Earth are more alike than they are different.
Okay.
In fact, we consider Mars the most Earth-like planet in the solar system. So we're going to have a team of about 200 scientists working on this mission when we actually land.
So what kind of tools does the Mars Science Lab use?
Well, what we really want to do is study the rocks and soil. Because if there's any clues to what Mars was like a few billion years ago, the clues are going to be in the rocks and soil. So we have a rover that can drive around up to a rock it thinks it looks interesting, or a patch of soil it finds really interesting. And we drive up to it, and then we can scoop up some of that soil, or we can drill into the rock and capture some powder from the inside of that rock, and actually deliver it to the rover itself. And we have some fairly big scientific instruments inside the rover that can study the chemistry of that sample and look basically for clues of whether water was there in the past, or what the temperatures were like, or other hazards or things that are good for life.
Thanks a lot, Doc.
You bet.
Right on. Hey, we've covered a lot of territory today, but you know what's cool and exciting? The process of how we're learning. And yeah, man, science is a process. But you know, now more than ever, the sciences are interdisciplinary, meaning the astrophysicists are working with the geologists, who are working with the oceanographers, who are working with the astronomers. You see how it all comes full circle? That's it for this episode. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
To understand how water might exist on a planet like Mars, scientists need to study the phone.
I want to show you something. What do you think?
Cell phones, GPS satellites, and yeah.
Sunglasses are a NASA spin-off. How do I look?
I should walk off right now. It's red. It's rocky. Oh, thanks, Christina. Oh, apparently it's full of water. And I'm Johnny Alonso.
And I'm Jennifer Pulley. Oh, she's gonna hate me for that. I swear she's gonna kill me. I'm done.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we talk with two professors leading the Applied Behavior Analysis concentration in our Psychology Master's Degree program. It prepares our students for work in a growing field that helps people set and reach life-changing goals. We introduce you to an Army veteran who continues to serve our military-connected population through the Rutherford County TriStar Veterans Resource Center. He got his master's degree from MTSU with help from the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Center. And we tell you about our textile merchandising degree program, which features high-tech tools and hands-on learning to help students find careers in apparel design and fashion merchandising. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Professors Annie Galizio and Jay Hennenkamp lead the Applied Behavior Analysis program in our Department of Psychology. This master's degree program, part of the experimental psychology concentration, prepares our students for work in a growing field that helps people set and reach life-changing goals. Jay, Annie, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having us.
Love having first-timers on Out of the Blue. It's first episode of the new year, so let's talk about behavior analysis to our viewers and listeners. What is it?
Yeah, behavior analysis is the science of learning and behavior. Applied behavior analysts take that understanding of learning principles and concepts and they apply it to socially significant behaviors to help people. And in our program, our goal is to teach behavior analysts to be competent practitioners and to help those around them.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Applied behavior analysts, they're certified professionals who work with clients, and they'll set behavior change goals, they'll design interventions for clients, they'll take data, make sure things are working. And the goal really of ABA is to improve the quality of life for our clients by using evidence-based practices.
Well, can you explain to us, Annie, exactly what does an applied behavior analyst do?
Yeah, well, applied behavior analysts work with a variety of different behaviors and a variety of different clients in lots of different settings. In general, ABA practitioners will use evidence-based neurodiversity affirming practices to teach things like social skills, communication, academic skills, and everyday life skills to promote independence.
And the clients we work with are often individuals on the autism spectrum or individuals with developmental disabilities, and the services that we provide, they're often provided in homes or in clinics or in the community. And for example, most of my experiences, I've worked with children on the autism spectrum, and I've worked in their home or in centers. But really, applied behavior analysts, they work with all different age ranges in all different types of settings.
So Annie, I understand that clinical behavior analysts also work with people who are struggling with substance abuse and addiction. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, applied behavior analysts often work with people who are struggling with substance abuse or addiction. There's something called contingency management, where we essentially reward people who are remaining abstinent, who are staying sober, and that tends to be a very effective kind of treatment. But it's used in a variety of other settings as well, too.
Yeah, one other thing that I want to mention, I know we can do a lot of different things, or applied behavior analysts can do with the appropriate training, lots of different things. But one other thing that people often do as applied behavior analysts is they'll work and use behavioral techniques like shaping and positive reinforcement, and work with pet owners, for example, or animals in zoos and aquariums. And for example, I spent some time working in a zoo with lemurs, and we focused on environmental enrichment and training animals to accept veterinary care. So a whole bunch of things applied behavior analysts can do.
I've got to stop you here. How did you find that? How did you find that task and make it relevant to this situation? I mean, is that a standard in your field?
I don't think that's standard. I did my master's in Texas, and part of that group that I got involved with is we worked with, like I said, zoos there, and like I said, we work with animals. They need to be crated, brought indoors when it's cold. They need to accept medical. So a lot of the basic learning principles, we ask, how could we apply this to
working with lemurs or people who are struggling with dementia, like what do we know about learning and how do we arrange environments to support lemurs or humans? They're not always the same things, obviously, but yeah, that's what we do.
Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
So Annie, this really sounds like an interesting career, and I know students are always looking for these opportunities. It's in demand, right?
Absolutely, and applied behavior analysts are certified, meaning they go through special training, they get education, they do experience in the field, and there's huge demand for certified applied behavior analysts. We call them board certified behavior analysts. And there's also an undergraduate level certification that a lot of our undergraduates work in. It's called registered behavior technician. And again, that one's even in more demand. There are 11,000 job postings as of this morning in Tennessee alone. So it's in huge demand right now.
Jay, can you describe a little bit about the program? What does it involve?
At MTSU, students can earn a master's degree with a concentration in experimental psychology, specializing in behavior analysis. And while earning that degree, students are going to take courses in research methodology, they're going to take courses in applied and experimental behavior analysis, they're going to take courses in supervision and ethical conduct. And the great thing about our program too is that they're able to tailor the program a little bit to their interests. And so like a lot of our students also, in addition to their core behavior analysis courses, will take courses in behavioral neuroscience or child development.
So we have some who will, once they graduate, they'll go on, they'll get certified, they'll start working in their community. But we have other students as well who will take a slightly different path and might pursue a doctoral degree in various fields like behavior analysis, of course, but also clinical psychology, school psychology, special education, speech language pathology. Our specialization really sets you up for any of those career paths. We also have a lot of research training during our program, which makes you a very competitive applicant for a doctoral degree.
Annie, where can folks find out more about this on the web?
Yeah, we'd love to talk to anybody more about this. So you're welcome to reach out to us, but you can also find information at the MTSU website. So it's mtsu.edu/behavior analysis. And you can also find some information about behavior analysis in general at the Behavior Analyst Certification Board website, which is bacb.com. But also just feel free to reach out to us directly.
Annie, Jay, thanks for coming on the program. Congratulations on 50 years of the psychology program. We're glad to help celebrate that and telling our viewers and listeners about this great program. We appreciate you both.
Thanks so much for having us.
And we'll be right back.
We do it all. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. I'm honored today to introduce you to Keith Prather. He's an active duty Army and Army Reserve veteran, chairman of the TriStar Veterans Resource Center in Rutherford County, and a recent MTSU graduate with a master's degree in social work. Keith is here to talk to us about his service to military-connected families and his experience as a graduate student who found his stride on our campus thanks to the help of the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Veterans and Military Family Center. Keith, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You know, we bump into each other a lot at veterans events, and when we were both at the Veterans Outpost at the Grand Prix, we talked a lot about your journey as a Blue Raider, getting your master's degree last August. And I want to get into all of those points, but I want to talk first. I'm going to pull this out of you because you don't like to brag about yourself. I want you to talk about your career in the United States Army, both in the active Army and the Army Reserve, retiring as a Chief Warrant Officer. Talk about some of the roles that you played in the Army.
Well, that's been a great ride for me, Andrew. Started out as, I say, from the bottom to the top. I started out as a private admin guy and worked my way up to a master sergeant on the enlisted side of the house. And then I transitioned to become a warrant officer. I started out as a public affairs officer. I got to do a tour in Iraq as a public affairs officer, which tell the Army story was just an honor to be able to do that. And then I transitioned, believe it or not, to JAG. I ended up in the JAG Corps. A friend of mine was an attorney and he recruited, they were looking for warrant officers. I became a certified mediator. I did conflict resolution, workplace disputes, and I managed the sexual assault response and prevention program for the U.S. Army Reserve Legal Command. So
wow.
Ended up as a deputy command chief warrant officer, had 28 warrant officers underneath me running legal admin shops across the country, and just a great career.
And of course, you're continuing to serve in your role now as chairman of the TriStar Veterans Resource Center. Yes. Talk about what that organization does and what you do for them.
Okay, well, as the chairman, I lead the organization, lead the board, and answer to the board. But we are a resource center. We make sure veterans get the resources they need to improve the quality of their life. And we house about 10 agencies, VSOs like the DAV, VFW. We have free fly fishing that's taught by Healing Waters. So we have Rolling Thunder, and they are a great resource community in the community for veterans. We also have Operation Song, which was great for me because through the Daniels Center, I got introduced to Operation Song. And I had a professional songwriter actually write my song, and it's called Grown Up in the Funk. And the Operation Song alumni group meets in our building, so now I'm hosting them in our building as well. And we just became a veteran community partner with the VA, Tennessee Valley Health System. What that means for us is now we can do expanded services like mental health resources, have town hall meetings for the VA in our building, and just enhance our resource capability in the community.
I've got to ask you, how did you find MTSU? What brought you to us?
Okay, so I retired in 2019 from the Army. I was in the DMV, DC area, and I had become a contractor working for Arlington Hall, which is our National Guard Bureau, and I was working in the Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Program as an analyst. I got laid off when COVID hit. Well, we got sent home, and then I got laid off, and then for about 8 months, I wondered what I was going to do with the rest of my life. So I just kind of enjoyed it, my time, thought about it, and then I decided, oh, that's right. I always had a goal of wanting to get my master's in social work. So I applied to some schools up there. I thought about coming back to Tennessee, so I applied to a couple of schools here. Long story short, I met Dr. Vicki Harden over the phone, and she was just so welcoming and so inviting. It just felt like the right thing to do. And the rest is history for me. Graduating with that social work degree, I always talk to my daughter about, getting a degree with a license. So this second master's, now I have a license to actually go out and perform some services that are needed for our veteran population, which is my niche. I'll help anybody, but my niche is the veteran community. And so that's kind of how I got here. And while I was here, I had the wonderful pleasure of meeting Dr. Hillary Miller and General Huber. And they were just open arms. I mean, it was just a really welcome experience for meeting them. And they introduced me to the board, MTSU Board of Directors. I did a presentation to them in the beginning. They sent me out to the Sounds games, got me on the Jumbotron. And
I know.
I mean, I felt like, this is great. I can't ask for more than this, right? So, and anything I did to support, could do to support the Daniel Center, I was there. You know, we did many, many activities. I was looking for Student Veterans of America, which Bravo comes under that umbrella. And so once I talked to Dr. Miller about that, got that revitalized, became the vice president, served for the 2 years that I was here.
So what advice can you give military-connected students, veterans, children or dependents of veterans about coming to MTSU and the Daniel Center?
Yeah, so first of all, I say come here. And then I say, once you get here, get connected with the Daniel Center, because they have a tremendous crew. I talked about Dr. Miller and General Huber, but their whole team is just awesome. They will make sure that everything you need is in place to have a successful student career. And then there's a sense of community. It's not just about the school, the books, and the homework, you know, and the papers. There are a lot of activities going on. Get involved with Student Veterans of America. They do a lot of activity. I still stay connected, even as a graduate now. So, yeah, it's definitely the right place to be.
Before you go, tell folks how they can find more information about the TriStar Veterans Resource Center.
Sure. You can reach us. We're local in Murfreesboro. We're based here. We serve all of Middle Tennessee, but we primarily are based here with our office being here in Murfreesboro. And you can reach us at tsvrc.org. And we also have a local phone number, 615-624-7197.
I love running into you at the events that we do for veterans, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue.
Hey, cut.
We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition.
Check it out.
You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Textile merchandising, known as TXMD to the faculty and students of the program, is yet another innovative major in our College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. They feature high-tech tools and hands-on learning to help our students find careers in apparel design and fashion merchandising. Joining us is Professor Gina Peaschute, Chair of Human Sciences, and Nia Allen, our 2023-24 TXMD Diversity Dissertation Fellow in Fashion Merchandising. Gina, Nia, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you for
First time on Out of the Blue?
Yes, and we're so excited. Yes.
Here we go. Here we go. We're gonna talk about a major that more people need to know about. Can you talk a little bit about what you teach and some of the high-tech tools that, you know, I love the fact that it's TXMD, standing for Textile Merchandising. So tell us what that is.
Sure. We have both apparel design and fashion merchandising. So apparel design is what you'd think of when you think about fashion. It's the creative, it's the fun, it's the designing from the original concept and then creating that into a finished garment. And then you have your fashion merchandising, who they are still creative, but they've got handle more of the business aspect of it. You know, how are we going to market that? How are we going to promote it? And any other things related to more the business end. And so with that, we have incorporated a lot more 3D technology. And the first thing we have is a 3D body scanner. And we're going to update that this summer to a 3D body scanner by SizeStream. And it's going to allow us to take our classes and measure the body. So we have our students in some of our entry-level classes get in the body scanner, take the 240 measurements to get that full view of what we look like from all angles. And then the design students will be able to take that and do a visualization software using Browseware that lets them see what the patterns look like on the figure. So they can design the patterns on the computer, and then they'll take that in pieces and stitch them together on the avatar and see that. And they use that in industry to save money, time, and the key word anymore is sustainable. It's more sustainable for the industry.
You teach the business side, obviously. Yes. So knowing these tools and technology, it's a leg up for those students, right?
For sure, and I think it really pushes inclusivity, because I think when we look at sizes, they're all so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and they're so specific, but the body scanner helps you really fit the body, and that's extremely important, especially with the body positivity movement going on. Mm-hmm. It's important for our students to be a part of that.
Gina, I'm not gonna ask her to brag on herself. I'm gonna ask you to brag on her, because we're so lucky that she's joined your organization. Talk about the honor that she has and the roles she's playing.
Sure. Nia has joined us this year as a diversity dissertation fellow, and we're really excited to have her expertise and not only just to open up conversations about important discussion related to diversity, but also to some of the programming she can do to bring others in to expose to our students what else is happening, not just one person's perspective, but everyone's perspective, or a variety of perspectives, and have the students kind of open their eyes to what's really going on.
And how did you find out about MTSU? Was this program specifically what attracted you?
I think first it was the location, but I think once I really got on the MTSU website, I think MTSU is really big on belonging, and I think that every step of the interview way, I felt like connected to the people. When I first got here for my faculty training, I saw Dr. Lyons and I gave her a hug because it felt like a family reunion. I was like, oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. And she was like, yeah, that's one of mine. You know, even though I am on the faculty level, I'm still a student too. So I think I still get it both. I get the love both ways. So I definitely am happy to be here for sure.
And you're almost there.
Yes.
You're almost there.
Almost.
Dissertation, that's it, right?
Yes, that is it.
That's it. Well, you're at a great time coming into the spring, because spring means
fashion show.
Fashion show. We are all excited about that. I think we've at True Blue TV, we've covered it for several years. Talk about that.
Well, every year we have a all completely student-ran show. It's in April of every year. This year it's April 20th, and it's on a Saturday. It's 5 p.m. where all the students, merchandising and design students, work together in teams to produce the fashion show, which will create all student designs, and that can be adaptations from the underclassmen of patterns, or it can be reconstruction to all original designs, pattern work, fit, and construction with our seniors. So it really becomes an exciting time.
And it's so much fun to watch.
Yes.
And Nia, you've got some big events that you're taking a leadership role in the spring too. February, March, and April. Do you remember? Can you go through them? Am I putting you on the spot?
Can. No, I'm so excited about it. I thought about how I could be of service in my fellowship, and I thought programming is so important for retention and matriculation for our students, and it also will attract new students to our program. So February, we'll be celebrating Black History Month with Brandis Daniel, who is a pioneer in the fashion industry, and she is changed the industry in so many ways by helping underrepresented groups become viable candidates to get roles in the industry. So we're excited about that. And then in March, to celebrate Women's History Month, we'll have a panel of about 4 to 5 women in the Middle Tennessee area, and they'll talk about their experiences in fashion and entrepreneurship and how they got started.
That's awesome. So Gina, where can I go to find out more information about your program?
Well, the main place to go is our website, which is mtsu.edu/fashion, and we do have both Instagram and Facebook as well, so you can
Great
find
accounts.
us there. Yes, yes.
Great accounts.
Yes.
You all do a great job with that.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say thank you for all you've done to elevate this major. I hope more people check it out because it's so exciting and so much fun to watch you at work with these students. Great job.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for joining us on the show.
Yes, thank you for having us.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find content about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Hello, LaVergne. It's Jason Cole, Mayor for the City of LaVergne. Wanted to touch base with you and let you know about canvassing for our special census that's beginning soon. What that means for you is representatives from the city will be coming and knocking on your door. They will ask your address, how many people are in the house, and names. That's all that's required for the special census. They'll be wearing shirts similar to what I have on, or they will have a special lanyard as well that designates them as a canvasser. Each home we're asking to participate with this. Why we're wanting that is because each individual for the city is $170 in state shared revenue. This money helps fund our local police, fire, roads, and various other infrastructure for our city. To have an accurate account means that we will have the accurate amount coming in from the state. Each home is only requested to do one form. If you don't want a canvasser to come to your home, you can go on LaVergne37086 or scan our special QR code and go ahead and complete that online. The census will be going from now through February 2024.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We are on location at Uchee Refuge in southeast Tennessee. It's a great place to be. It's beautiful behind us, and Miss Mimi Barnes is helping me co-host.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. It is so much fun, and we do have a great show lined up, don't we?
Yes, I'm excited. We're going to talk fishing. It's cold. It's getting cooler. It's that winter time of year, but we can talk about fishing anytime.
It's ramping up, actually, so...
We have Mr. John Dalton with Creek Fishing Adventures with us today. John has been with us multiple times, and glad to have you back.
Hey, glad to be back. Always glad to talk fishing no matter the weather.
Yeah. You do it all year long, don't you?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't matter when it is. He's always out there chasing whatever fish will bite and having a good time at it. But let's update folks on where they can find you and learn a little bit about you. So the folks who haven't heard your stuff or seen you before.
Yeah, he's been with us one time before.
Oh, well, me and you once, and then he came out with us in Nashville one show. And,
that's right.
Yeah.
So
welcome back.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here again.
Well, it's great to be back on here. My name is John Dalton. You can find me Creek Fishing Adventures on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, pretty much anywhere like that. So I put out videos, 2 to 3 videos a week on YouTube, and that's my full-time income. So I've been doing it for about 8 years almost, and full-time for 4 years.
Yeah, time flies.
But that really stemmed from your love of seeing what's in that creek.
Yeah, just catching anything in usually creeks, streams, ditches. Now I've gotten into kayaking and doing a lot of things, but just the curiosity of just being able to have fun catching a variety of fish is really kind of what grew the channel and drew people to it, and I still get to do it all the time. So
yeah, because you were a technician by trade.
Yeah, HVAC.
Yeah. So the transition, that's a pretty cool move there to be able to fish for a living. That's awesome.
Yeah, went from fixing air conditioners and then just dreaming about getting off work. Now it's like, I can go anytime I want, but I gotta edit videos and do stuff like that. But it's kind of weird job change for sure. But I work a lot harder at this than I did at my HVAC job. So still a lot of hard work, but it's a lot more fun and get to go and do a lot of different types of trips and enjoy that.
Well, my unit's not heating as well. Is it? No, I'm just kidding.
And we know you've spent the majority of your life in Middle Tennessee and now over here in more Eastern Tennessee. Do you have a favorite place that you go or love going back to?
Just all over. I mean, I still feel like there's so many places in Tennessee that I haven't got to explore, so I can't say I have a favorite place yet because there's so much I haven't fished yet. But some of the creeks in Middle Tennessee in the summertime are they're some of the best, like smallmouth. They're just beautiful streams. So that's definitely an area I really like to get at. But we're right here on the side of the mountains. We got all kinds of awesome streams around here and lakes, and there's just so much around here that's fun to fish.
Yeah.
And if I recall, you used an app so you knew what kind of property you were on. You still use an app or I know basically where you're going fishing a lot of times. But
there's a few, can't think of them. You probably know some of them.
Yeah, like Onyx and things like that.
Yeah, those definitely work. There's several out there that kind of help find locations and stuff like that too.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, a lot of just even a Google map can pinpoint some bodies of water in the bends and things and see what. Yeah, definitely. So here recently, I've been following some of your Facebook stuff and YouTube stuff, and you've been doing some in-studio things. You got a little home studio going now. How's that going?
Yeah, I finally kind of put together like a little background and set up my camera and everything, and it helps me edit faster. So it definitely gives me, I feel like I have an office room now to go into, and been doing some live streams. I haven't done it recently as much. I'm thinking about picking that back up in the winter, just talking with other, YouTubers, other fishermen, kind of like what you're doing here.
Yeah.
And that's always fun to do, and just getting the different ideas and see what other people are interested or what new lure rods are coming out.
And you're collaborating, it seems like, with other fishermen. I see you out hanging out with other guys, and
it makes it more exciting.
Yeah.
It's I've made I think 800 or 900 videos now.
Wow.
So like you still got to get excited. You know how it is, producing this show. So when I get to go out with other YouTubers, it gives me a new excitement and a new, just something different, and just fun getting together with other guys and hanging out, whether we catch fish or not. So
yeah, it makes it much more fun.
So another question I have for you is, out of all the fishing, all the types of fish you might reel in, do you have a favorite that bites?
It's hard to get away from smallmouth and just like smallmouth in streams and clear water, watching them fight, watching the reaction. That's definitely got to be my favorite to go for. But my favorite fish is a green sunfish, and I just call it like the ultimate creek fish because and around here is like. And it's like also a sign that's like that's what my logo is, green sunfish.
Yeah.
But like they're only in little creeks. They're way in little places you wouldn't even think they live in the the smallest amount of water, and like they don't get active till like warms up. And once they get active, they're like hungry.
Yeah.
So they're just a cool little sunfish.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, this past year, you took a little trip with your kayak and maybe even just waded some streams, but you did a 5-day tour across the state, right?
Yeah.
And so you called me and you said, hey, you got some connections here and there. You're just trying to find, some good ways to go about it, but you made it happen, and I'm sure you got some stories to tell. I'm hoping you can kind of take us on that tour in a short amount of time.
Yeah. I'll try to take you through it. So I had the idea for probably a year, and I wanted to kayak across Tennessee, 5 different locations in 5 days. And I wanted to do it all through public spots, all through places that I can go. I went by myself, and I lined up a service that would drop me off. And a lot of these were places that they do float tubes and stuff like that. So I waited right till school started, like in August, and I was like, all right. So I started on the first one though. So I lined it up. I had 5 places lined up, and I'm like, I'm going to go. I'm not sure what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen the next day. So the first one, I went on the Nolichucky, way over there in Irwin, Tennessee, and I got in and flipped my kayak, and I was underneath the water within the first minute and a half. It had rained a lot, and the water was flowing, and I got into some current, and like looking ahead, I really couldn't see it. It just sucked me into it and was pulling me down. I hit some waves that my whole kayak was underwater. I come back up, then I hit another one, and then the side current came and hit me, and I went under. I went under. I was wearing my life jacket, so there's your put, because I've flipped a few times, and I know enough people that anything could happen.
Yeah.
Especially when in the water I thought was shallow, but I didn't even hit the bottom. I'm in strong current. I come up, I grab my kayak, and I got 2 fishing poles in my hand, and things are floating everywhere, and I'm like kicking my feet trying to get up to the side before I go down another rapid.
Yeah.
So it was really scary there for a second, and but yeah, I turned around and drug my kayak back up to the place where I put in, told them drop me down back to get my truck. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
So day one was a little rough.
So yeah, I was ready to go home, but I'm like, no, I gotta push on. Second day, I went to I was gonna go to the Powell River over there around the border of Kentucky, and that night before it rained and it got muddy. So then I went to McMinnville, and there was muddy. Then I went to the Duck River, it was muddy. And then I got all the way over to I went to the last river that I was going to go to, the Buffalo River.
Okay.
All the way across, it's not way over there, but it's pretty far from here.
Yeah.
And I'd always wanted to do the Buffalo River, and it was beautiful. And it's a really nice big river. There's a lot of campsites on it.
Yeah.
So I did end up doing that one. Then I ended up coming back kind of across Tennessee and hitting a couple more. And
to end it on a high note.
Yeah, I caught fish every day. I had fun. It was all new places, and they were all places that all you got to, people ask all the time, how do I find places? And that's why I wanted to do this video or do this series. If you just sit down and look up places, you can find places to go. And everywhere I went had campsites and services that would drop you off or provide you with a kayak. So if you want to find places to go, we got a lot of them in Tennessee, and that's where I think I want to do it every year, doing new spots, because there's so many different rivers you can go down.
Yeah. That's cool.
So, in talking about 5 days and 5 new locations and planning, one of the things we mentioned was just hitting on some safety tips. And it sounds like you have a few to offer.
Yeah.
From your first day.
Day one.
Yeah. You definitely want to be wearing a life jacket the first thing, but have everything tied down, just prepared. And planning out where you're going, like if I'd have known more, I shouldn't have gone down the first river. But they send whitewater guys down there, and the water was a little higher than normal. So, but there was a person that dropped me off, and there was a place to pick up, and that's where I had on all of them. So I had people that knew I was in there, and
Yeah.
So you had
going
somewhat of a float plan.
Yeah.
You know, prepared where if you don't come back or don't call, they're going to come looking for you.
Yeah.
And,
they know.
And your life jacket.
Yeah.
I wondered,
Life jacket. Yes.
are you watching the weather? Are you watching the weather before you plan a trip?
Yeah, I got also, there's a river app that you can look at water flow and how much rain they've gotten. And so I tried to plan it all ahead, but whenever you're trying to plan out a 5-day trip, you don't know how it's going to rain.
Yeah.
You know?
Mother Nature has its own plan.
So that was back when we got rain. We haven't had rain forever since then. So, but yeah, so, and that's where I like, there was 2 or 3 rivers I wanted to go that I'm like, I'm just going to have to go next year. But there was alternate rivers that were like in a different watershed, hour away that was, totally clear compared to the muddy ones.
Yeah.
So looking ahead, but also just being persistent and like, I'm going to go find this places. And if this doesn't work, I'm just going to keep driving until I find one.
Yeah. Just keep going.
And you mentioned tie down your gear. So did you get everything back? Chucky?
Most of it, luckily, a lot of it had like, there was some that fell out and it kind of washed to the side where I picked it out of the water.
Wow.
I lost like 1 rod and reel and like a net and I think 1 cam or something. So I lost some stuff, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Glad you were safe. Glad you were wearing your life jacket. That's a big thing for us.
Definitely. Yeah. That's good tips there. Tying things off, maybe putting some floats on some of your gear, especially some of the expensive stuff you don't want to lose if you drop it,
Sure.
It's a challenge. Dry bags are good, I guess, on kayaks. And
I ruined a drone because I thought it was in a dry box, but it wasn't totally dry. So I got another one. So now I'm like extra careful where I put it. And yeah, dry bags. I've got 2 or 3 of those better ones now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, out of those 5 days, you said you caught fish every day. What was the big fish? What was the most fun? Which one was your favorite stop?
The last river was probably my favorite, and people might get mad if I say this, but it's the Piney River, and it was just like the end. It was just the most beautiful river I've ever been down. I think the water was perfect. It had like that aqua blue, and it was clear, and it has like these rock bluffs, and I caught 2 or 3 good like 17-inch smallies.
Wow.
And it was just like the last day of the trip, and it just felt like and I stayed at a campsite that was there right on the river. Yeah, that was just one of those places that's just like, I was just taking pictures the whole way,
Nice.
and trying to fish. It was just, like some of those places you don't even realize they're in Tennessee, and there's like I said, there's lots of services that let you float down them or send you down them. So yeah, I was just so glad to explore and find new places like that, and just makes me want to go find even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I love about Creek Fishing Adventures, what I love about what you do is that it could be right out your back door, or you could plan a grand adventure, 5 days across, 5-day tour, but you also recognize that there are all these small places, and you don't have to have a ton of gear with you to enjoy fishing and getting outside and being in the water. So.
Oh yeah, it can be very simple. Some of my favorite places, we're right on Tennessee River and Chickamauga Lake. The creeks that feed into Chickamauga Lake, they're loaded with fish. Especially when that water rises, when they raise it in the springtime. As soon as that water comes up, I go right to those creeks because everything swims up those creeks.
Yeah.
And I can be catching bass or panfish or crappie or anything. But also all through the winter, that's kind of like, I fish a lot of the banks around here, just catching all kinds of different fish off the banks.
Well, you have your kayak with you today. I know. But before we started shooting, did you have any luck fishing today? Did you try any spots?
Actually, it was in my truck from kayaking the other day. I basically don't take it out
because I live in that truck.
I'll drive somewhere and just stop randomly, like throw it in.
Yeah.
Or just never know. But I had a tournament the other day, so I hadn't even taken it out of the truck yet.
Well, it's that time of year. It's getting colder. It's wintertime. What's some tips? What kind of tips do you have for folks who want to get out there and keep fishing this time of year? I mean, some folks maybe want to deer hunt or be out doing some small game hunting or something, but those fishermen that are itching to go, what do you suggest?
Yeah, just do it. I was kind of guy that I would as soon as deer season come around, I was like, oh yep, I'm putting everything away. I'm not going out there. There's no point going out in the winter. I've learned that the winter can be the best fishing, and now I look forward to it as long as you dress appropriately. Like, stay warm, stay bundled up. You know, make sure your kayak's not gonna. You know, I got one that's real big and stable. I'm real comfortable on, but I'm not gonna do anything as sketchy as some of the places I'll go in the summer.
Right.
So I don't want. But also, I keep a dry bag of clothes in the wintertime. That way, if something was to get wet, I can change out into something dry. But
that's a good tip.
But if you're kayaking, but I bank fish a lot in the winter because the other day I caught skipjack, red ear, bluegill, crappie, largemouth, golden shiner, and something else, all off a little channel right off the lake here, and on a little bobby garlands. So there's so many fish that come up shallow that you can fish for that some people don't even think to fish for. But also bass fishing is great in the winter. Last January, we had a kayak tournament. It was middle of January. It was 40 degrees, and I would have never gone out and fished, but it was a tournament day. So I'm like, well, I'm going to go out, and I'm all dressed, ready to go. I had one of the best days. The fish were just hitting everything. It was crazy. I'm like, I would have never thought that this was possible. Plus, it's quiet. There's no jet skis. There's no pleasure boaters, and these areas around here get really busy in the summer, but in the winter, it's so much more quiet and peaceful and a lot more relaxing, and you got it to yourself pretty much.
Well, it may be a more dangerous, not more dangerous, but falling in cold water can be really dangerous. But the fact that there's not a lot of people out there, it may be a little safer floating on some of these areas, especially if you're in a kayak and trying to fish some of these little tournaments and things. But that's cool. And you mentioned Bobby Garland. So what is a Bobby Garland?
Oh yeah.
For those who don't know, because I'm still wondering.
It's like it's just a little 2-inch like minnow style lure, and I call it like a multi-species lure. It can catch anything, and sometimes that's all you need to just if you want to go out and have fun on an ultralight rod or light rod. Little 1/16, 1/32 ounce jig head, a little bitty 1.5, 2-inch lure, and you can just go through and. You don't know what you're going to catch because there's so many different things coming around, and I like lures like that. You can just catch all kinds of stuff with them.
Yeah.
Well, I see on your social media the Helgermite. You're throwing that. I've been looking for those things. I can't find any, but that seems like. I mean, I used to fish with the real ones. You dig them up and find them, and they're great to fish with. So, any tips and tricks with those? I mean, those seem like they're just golden.
That's one of my favorite. I was fishing up in the Holston on Kingsport recently, and
for smallies.
For smallies, this was like it was like 35 degrees that morning. This was just a few weeks ago, and started off the day I'm throwing a spinnerbait. I can't get a bite. Finally switched to the Helgermite, and I'm just let it drift in the current, and I started boom. I caught like an 18, a couple 17s, and like a bunch of fish, and because I was like, I use it a lot, and then I kind of forget about it. And then you're like, sometimes making that little adjustment, something more subtle, just drifting in the current when the fish are down there, and that's just a great lure for that. It just kind of floats right into them. But I love fishing in current. Just let it balance and drift along the bottom, and because some of these rivers we have great smallmouth fish in some of these rivers, and they could be all over. They could be in the middle. In this day, the fish were kind of more in the middle of the river instead of just like on the banks.
Well, let's give that company a plug just so I'll know where to find them.
Nico Lures.
Nico, that's it.
Nikko, and they make it's a really durable soft plastic, and most of the stores in Tennessee. Most of the little local tackle stores now carry them.
Okay,
so if you go in there and ask, I've kind of helped bring those in. So a lot of the ones actually have those, and they make several other lures, but they're just super durable, long-lasting. You can catch 40, 50 fish on them, and it's not going to wear it out.
I've been to a few big box stores and haven't found any yet, but I'll have to keep searching, hit some of these little mom and pops. So.
Or get out the shovel again.
Yeah, get out the shovel, start digging around, pulling rocks up and things. Oh man. Well, anything else this time of year? Any other baits that you think would be fun, good opportunities? You mentioned the Bobby Garlands, the Helgermite. What else is?
Little trout
spinnerbait wasn't too much success.
Yeah, a lot of times. I mean, it depends on where you're at, but a lot of times the fish are slow down a little bit, and you got to fish a little slower.
Yeah.
And if you're multi-species fishing, that sometimes even the little bluegill they'll bite. They won't bite this size lure, but they'll bite one about the half the size. It's just a little bit difference, but it gets them biting. Like a little trout magnet, little tiny little lure. I love throwing something like that on like 2-pound line. And you can, there's always trout fishing. We got a lot of trout fishing around here, but I just love catching the warm water species. And, we got yellow perch. There's so many different fish that you can go for. But if you just go to the, riverbank or I went down the river and just before we got here, and I was just looking. There's bait fish all up and down the river, and then every once in a while something was busting at them.
Mm-hmm.
I was just watching. It's just fun to get out. The water gets a little clearer. There's still a lot of active fish out there, and a lot of different species that you might not normally target. So that's what I like catching, going for a lot of different stuff. Don't be just get caught up on one fish when there's so many other fish that are fun to catch.
Well, you mentioned the trout magnet. That reminded me, this is right in the middle of the winter trout stocking period. Especially, Middle Tennessee's got a lot of stops. West Tennessee's got some stops. So check the website for that, tnwildlife.org. But when it comes to trout, do you find yourself chasing trout sometimes? Not as much, I don't think, but.
Yeah, I finally caught some wild brook trout here
nice.
a while back on the North Carolina-Tennessee border.
Awesome.
Nice.
That was the first time actually catching those wild, where I've caught them stocked before. I do like to go for them, and but I don't do it as much. I don't know why, but it's another, it's just another option. There's so many different, like I said, there's so many different things that you can choose to kind of go target, and that's why I like the variety of it.
Yeah.
So from what I recall, when we've interviewed you before, if something's not working, you're pretty quick to change up your bait.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll move around. I'll get some live worms. I'll pull those out.
Yeah.
And sometimes that will open up a whole nother bunch of fish that you don't know are right out there. So yeah, I'll go through different lures. If I'm kayaking, I have 2-3 rods with several different lures, from really light stuff to big stuff, and I've been messing around with bigger glide baits and like mag drafts, or like 6 and 7 inch baits.
Wow.
Watching
in creeks.
Yeah. In creeks and rivers and stuff, where it sometimes it'll be like a 12-inch fish will eat this big lure, but it gets a reaction, so it's something new. Yeah, and there's so many new things that you can go through, and that's where fishing is just. I mean, a lot of people try to bottle themselves in, I feel like, and you can just open it up, do it all, do everything, try it all. There's so many different things to try out there.
Yeah. Well, and we've talked about it in the past, but you've kind of branched out into some of those kayak tournaments and things like that. How's that going, and what's the next year look like for that?
I'm going to be going to a national championship in Oklahoma.
Oh, wow.
That I won through Tennessee. Bass Nation has a kayak trail that you can do, and you can qualify for other ones. And the Tennessee Bass Nation, we actually had our championship in Guntersville, and I got 7th out of like 100 and something people. So I got qualified to go to the national championship.
Very cool.
And last year I actually did national championship. It was on Chickamauga right here.
Okay.
Yeah. And I got 13th out of 140. I got the last pagan spot, made $1,000.
Wow.
Perfect. Yeah, that's awesome.
And so that was fun because it was in Knoxville, the Bassmaster Classic. I got to go up there and see a bunch of people and see some of the professionals and stuff. So it's something I never thought until I watched some other buddies do it. And then there's a local kayak trail that I started fishing with, and that kind of pushed me to do more. And I was always kind of guy that, like, I don't want to do tournaments. I don't want to, not make fishing fun. But what tournaments does, it just puts another, like, more pressure and more intensity. And I'm a basketball player, so like I love the pressure. I want I want that last shot. I want to be playing the toughest team. So kayaking tournaments, and especially I feel like a lot, like I hadn't done it in a long time, and you're competing against guys that have been doing it 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I can take those guys. I can catch fish. And it's fun. And then I just have fun with it. I'm not trying to win usually. I just want to be in like the top 10, top 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's fun. Well, before we run out of time, got a few minutes here. Just your store. I don't think you had the gear last time we talked, but you've kind of branched out into some merch. Tell us how that all got started.
Yeah, it's just something I've been wanting to do as I've been growing my YouTube channel. And I'm at 147,000 subscribers, which is way more than I ever thought. I was.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Starting out,
from all across the state, right, or from all across the country.
Yeah,
yeah.
I say majority are probably Tennessee, but it's from all over the whole country and other countries. But so I'm like, I wanted to start something that just my own brand, and so we came up with like a new logo, and we're gonna come up with some other stuff. So about 3 months ago, I just started a store. My sister's running it, and her kids are helping out with it.
Nice.
So it gives them something to do, and I pay them to. To package them and send them out.
Yeah, there you go.
And my brother helped me start the store. And so now we have a store. You can find us at creekfishingadventures.com. That'll lead you to it. I got links in like all my social media stuff or in my videos. And we got hoodies, a couple hats, a couple shirts. I got a couple shirts that say "Fish anywhere, fish everywhere." That's kind of my motto, just to
Yeah.
you know, do all kinds of fishing, and yeah, it's people really supporting it. It's taking off, and I'm excited about seeing what happens in the future. But yeah, you can buy clothes that supports my channel now.
Awesome, awesome. I'll have to get something. I'm gonna check that store out. I think it's cool. I love the logo.
Yeah, I
It's
do
just-
too.
Yeah, it just it pops, and I think it's great. I think it's great look. As it gets colder, we talked about fishing here in Tennessee and it being cold, but you also are thinking, let's go south when it gets cooler. It gets a little warmer down that way. What's you got any plans to go south and chase some fish?
Yeah, I like to travel. I've been here for 4 years now, or I've been full-time YouTube in this area for 4 years. So I've fished every little creek and ditch around here. So I have to start traveling to go find new exciting things. So I'm supposed to be probably doing a trip South Georgia in about a week.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just going to go ahead and go down to South Florida after that.
Wow.
And there's several different fish I plan to target, but there's some areas in South Florida around the Everglades that you can catch so many different types of fish, and it's such a different environment down there. It feels like you go into whole another world whenever you go
for sure
down there, Everglades stuff. So then there's brackish water, you can catch fish, and and then there's fresh water that has all kinds of different species. So I can go down there and just catch a bunch of fish, and you can fish off the bank. You don't even have to have anything. I'll probably take my kayak and get in there with the gators. So
yeah,
I had a couple of them follow me last time, but
that's what I was gonna say. Those waters, they are a lot different, like you said, and there's some critters in there that you're not used to seeing in Tennessee.
File a float plan.
Yeah.
Check the weather. Wear your life jacket.
No wait. I won't be waiting anything down there, but
make sure your sister and brother-in-law know where you are.
For sure.
Yeah, share that knowledge. I will say that watching your nephew on your commercials and stuff you've been doing is great.
Yeah.
I mean, having him join in and the little back and forth y'all have going, it's great.
Yeah, that was fun.
It's fun to watch. So, well, thank you, John. I appreciate you
thanks, John.
making the trip over and coming to chat with us.
Yeah,
I'd like
it was
to
awesome.
get with you when we can when we're in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, we got to set up another fishing trip.
Let's do it. We did go fishing this past year and had a
Yeah.
great time. Matt Cameron went with us, dropped the tailgate, and my son caught a few fish. You showed him a few things. He enjoyed it.
That's cool.
But I appreciate you sharing that. Sharing your love for fishing with others and taking them and showing them spots. It's fun.
Yeah, I
It's
love
awesome.
it. Yeah, thanks for that.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, Mimi, I think this is another one in the books.
Yeah, fantastic.
I appreciate you lining these up and helping us out, and
always fun.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Keep coming back. Find us, follow us, share us, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is January 4th, 2024, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing in the new year for this community and for our nation. Father God, I pray for our first responders, our EMS, our police, and our fire department. Please bless our community and bring unity for the next year. All things I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to my flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, we have approved minutes from the December 5th, 2023 regular meeting. A motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to department reports. Police Department. Deputy Chief Hatcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, and Happy New Year. You have the reports in front of you. Everything is moving along. We have some areas where we still have some concerns that we want to try and improve on as we continue to try and get our staffing up, which we're really excited about this year. The launch of Dayforce has been incredible from what I was told as far as the amount of applicants in a short period of time, and we're really, really excited, which is also one of the things that's on the consent agenda for this evening for our additional assistance needs.
Can you speak to the sharp increase with shoplifting?
So, two different things. One, obviously, the state has increased the level of a felony from $400 to $1,000 for merchandise and for property. So there's been an obvious elevation in the amount of shoplifting and thefts, not just in LaVergne, that's nationwide. They have a loss prevention person over at Walmart that is extremely aggressive and has been apprehending just about anybody and everybody they can get their hands on. And in doing so, they obviously get a small bonus that goes along with each one of those apprehensions. So we from what I understand, Captain Call says we tried to recruit, but she was making more money than we could offer at the time. So, with that being said, she's going to be moving on to another department or another job of some kind in the next few weeks. But so I would imagine that may or may not lower down a little bit.
Okay, that answered my other question, which was, is this centered around one business? And so, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
How are y'all dealing with the shorthanded of staff? I know we lost one, and a few of them has moved on and retired. How y'all dealing with the shorthanded and the police staff?
Well, we're managing as best we can, Alderman Waldron. Some days are better than others because we're allowed the opportunity to have some overlap and some additional resources. But we're still answering all of our calls for service, and we're still providing the best service that we can possibly do under the conditions that we're in. Yes, sir.
And I believe you have a large number of applicants you're going through right now?
That is correct. It's a very, very large number. As a matter of fact, we had to actually close the posting so that we could sort through all of them, and we're really excited about the opportunities of that.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you have had an opportunity to review our report for last month and for the 2023 end of the year. You will see that there is a significant uptick in structure fires. That's almost double, just under double that. Trying to do a little bit of homework, a little bit of research into that. We believe that has changed due to some different documentation on our part. So what classifies as a structure fire may or may not have changed this year in our documentation. So we're trying to determine that to see exactly where that's at. Everything else seems to be within 5 to 10 runs or responses as we were this time last year. So we've had a 20-run increase, which is significantly different than the last 2 or 3 years, which was a 20% increase. So we're pretty happy about that. Any questions?
Could you remind the community about the form online to fill out for your home?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Community Connect is a application or a software that is on the City of LaVergne's Fire Department webpage. You click on that link. That leads you to the Community Connect. You enter your name, your address, contact information, the number of people that live there, your pets. You may list your gas shutoffs, electricity shutoffs. If you have a meeting place, if you evacuate your house to an emergency and you're going to meet by the tree, and we know that's where everybody should gather, all that can be listed there. It will also notify you in case you're not home and we respond to your house. It sends you a message or calls you and lets you know that we're responding to your home. And those are significant increases in our responses. Our firefighters en route can review that information. And I've had some question about the security of it because everybody's concerned about their personal information, and that has the same security measures as your banking software, your online banking software. So we feel very secure with that application.
I filled one out this past week. It's very direct. It only took me about 5 minutes at the most.
Absolutely.
So please make sure you do so.
I always say it's kind of like my generation had a window sticker that said Tot Finder. And so firefighters would arrive on the scene and they would see a window sticker and you would know a child was behind that window. And obviously we don't want that in today's environment. So this is a very secure way of providing information to firefighters.
Oh, just a reminder, it does ask about fur babies too.
And, oh, absolutely. I mean, you can upload your pictures.
You didn't say anything about fur babies, and so.
But you can upload pictures of that. And so, I mean, it's a pretty powerful piece of software that's zero cost to the citizens.
Have you had a pretty good response?
It comes and goes. You know, I think when questions like this are brought up in a public forum, or we have a public service announcements, or one of y'all share on your social media sites, we definitely see an uptick. And then, you know, as we not talk about it, it kind of goes away and then it comes back up. So anytime that you have an opportunity in your forums, we ask that you share about it. We put it out at all the public events, 4th of July, Old Timers Festival, or the Fall Festival, all that. So we try our best to put that out. We spoke about it last night in a News Channel 2 interview. So.
Thank you, sir.
The same thing with the police department. Y'all had a application, a lot of applications. I know y'all have been running a little bit short on men. You still got 13 on duty each shift, right?
Yes, sir. We have a minimum of 13, no matter what. That's our minimum staffing, and we'll accomplish that through overtime. Or I even rode a fire truck, rode on Christmas Eve just to accommodate that staffing.
You had a change in the application people applying for?
Right now, we are 9 firefighters short. Actually, 10, one off lieutenant's position, and we have 9 applicants that have job offers that are going through the background checks. So if we're fortunate and these people do get through the backgrounds and all the physicals, we will be one short of fully staffed going into a class in February and graduating in May.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ronnie. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 92 help desk tickets, 607 man hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, January 15th will be our Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. That'll take place here in the boardroom, 10 a.m. February 3rd, that's looking ahead a little bit, father-daughter dance. That will actually be at LaVergne Middle School off of Stones River Road. That will be from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in their gymnasium. You see our past events, December 2nd, that was our scheduled day for Parade of Lights. We had to postpone that. We had the tree lighting ceremony on the 8th of December. Past senior events, the Christmas party was December 14th at the Multipurpose Building, and upcoming meetings on January the 2nd, we have 3 Senior Center Advisory, which that'll take place here at City Hall for the first time at 5 p.m. And then Park and Rec at 6 and beautification at 7. Any questions?
David, first question for the father-daughter dance. Of course, that's open to all combinations for if a young lady doesn't have a father or whatnot. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Open to everyone. Everybody's welcome. We're not turning anybody away. Last year, we were kind of caught off guard because the numbers had been down, so we outgrew the multipurpose building again, so we moved it back to the school. Not turning anybody away. Sons, fathers, daughters, aunts, sisters, anybody's welcome.
And then are we advertising the same way that we did last year to drive?
Yeah, and I think what helped us last year was all you guys pushing it out too on your pages. Like the fire chief said, that helps tremendously. We were overwhelmed by the turnout. And at that point, it was halfway through. Alderman Hobbs, you came, your family came. And when you guys showed up, the line was back to the softball field.
It was.
So we're going to try to avoid that this year. We're looking for a good event. I think it's going to be a good turnout, so we continue to, hopefully that one will grow.
And then for Martin Luther King Day Jr. Celebration, who are our guest speakers?
Pastor Joe Randall, he'll be here. He'll lead the prayer. He'll also say, he'll give a speech. He does a little Bible study, holds a weekly Bible study at the Senior Center. And then Commissioner Hope Oliver will be our second guest speaker that day. That'll take place here in the boardroom. Light refreshments will be served. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library. It's Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening and Happy New Year. 2024 is going to be a great year. We can feel it in our bones. Our attendance and our circulation was down just a little bit, but we take that into account that our library was closed for a week for maintenance and for also getting our book sale set up, which our book sale started on January the 2nd. Started off with a boom. We're doing great. It will go from now until all items are sold. And we have adult, YA, children's books, DVDs, CDs, and we also pulled out a couple of containers of old summer reading t-shirts. A lot of people have said that they would love to have some of the t-shirts that the staff have worn over the years. Not actually the staff wore, but some that we had left over. You know, it's not like the Elvis
Few
thing.
hand-me-downs.
Right. And we're selling those for $2 each, and those have really moved well. The library will be closed on January 15th in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The library board will meet Monday, January 8th at 5 p.m. here at the City Hall boardroom. And I wanted to go over a couple of the Teens and Tweens programs that are coming up. At the very bottom of the page, you will see Saturday, January the 20th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Teens and the Tweens, which go from 10 years old until 17 years old, will be creating a Chinese New Year dragon. And this dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library, in the YA area. It is made from cereal boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, and all sorts of wonderful sparkly gems. This year is the year of the dragon. So we're excited about the teens and tweens coming together to make that great creation. On Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the teens and tweens will be doing something similar to an escape room at the library, except they're not really going to be escaping anywhere. It's going to be a fun-filled activity that will take them on a journey through the main library. And they have to be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. They're going to be like Sherlock Holmes. So we're really excited about that. We have buttons made that when they get that code cracked, they can proudly wear their Sherlock Holmes button. So we're excited. We hope to have a lot of our teens and tweens out. Most of the activities that we do separate the younger from the older. So that the teens would be your 13 to 17-year-olds, and your tweens are those 10 to 12-year-olds that don't usually fit in anywhere, and so we have a place for them now. So we're excited. Then I wanted to show one great thing. Miss Mary, our wonderful crafting lady, and that does a little bit of everything at the library, she does strings and things. It's the adult craft time, and it's winter luminaries. It's a mason jar, has a little light inside of it. It's coated. It's going to have sparkles, which Alderman, I know that your eyes lit up when I said sparkles before. And they're going to decorate it with some jute and some leaves. It's going to be beautiful. So would love to have any adult who is 18 or over to come and join us for that, but we do need you to sign up in advance at the circulation desk. And of course, you can find all of our great programs, which you can see January is pretty full. And thank you to all of our mayor and aldermen and other members who do share this when we share it on Facebook. Story times, the regular story times start back on Monday, January the 8th. Any questions?
How's the kiosk doing? I know it's should be very popular.
It is very popular. And during the book sale, we had several people who come in for the book sale that are not patrons of our library, and they will see it over to the side, and they say, "Oh, we didn't know that you had that. We'll be sure to come back and use it." It gets a lot of use.
A lot of people don't probably, the kiosk throws them off. That's where you can renew your driver's license at the library. You can renew it. You can only renew it, I think.
You can renew it. You can change your address. There are several different things that you can do. You just cannot get the star there, but you can renew your license.
It's so convenient there than having to drive to Nashville, Murfreesboro, or Smyrna.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Donna. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Miss Donna, you had one other event this past month.
Yes.
And it was in partnership with the police and the fire department. Can you speak to that?
The last minute toy store?
Yes, ma'am.
That was amazing. The library was very proud to be the home base for the parents to come and choose some things for their children. And very well put together. Amber led us off with that, and then so many volunteers jumped in, helped out. Santa came, and then myself and Miss Julie from the police department, we were the ones that got to corral the children and keep them up front, coloring and feeding them donuts and juice. And it was just a lot of fun, but it was great. I mean, there were so many items for the parents to choose from.
I can't remember, and I don't know, Deputy Chief, if you remember the number, how many families overall were? It was over 100, I know.
It was 43 families
43
with
families.
144 children.
Mm-hmm. 44 children, okay. Okay, well, good job by everybody who was involved.
Yes, it was fabulous.
Thank you, ma'am. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have your financial report from November. This is November, and I just wanted to let you know, property tax collections for December and the 1st of January are already 3.7 million. So some of those numbers will start to look a little better once we get that revenue in. Our sales tax was $923,000 above budget and $375,000 above our prior year. You'll see the rest of our balances. The second page is our balances in our bank accounts, and then our comparisons to prior year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have the water treatment plant. Mr. Danny Campbell.
Sparkles.
Sparkles.
He thought she said sprinkles.
Sprinkles. Sorry about this.
Put him back behind.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I hope you've had the opportunity to review the water treatment plant's report for December. Any questions?
Can you take us through the complaints?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't expecting that one bit. We had four complaints this month, one for high pressure, two for low pressure, and one for cloudy water. For the high pressure complaint, we advised the customer to contact a plumber to adjust their pressure reducing valve if it was too much for them. We didn't get a pressure reading for that, but you know, that's kind of subjective. If it's too much for you, then going to want to change that. For the two low pressure, one was at an establishment or a home that didn't have a hose bib on the outside, so we couldn't check the pressure. We advised them to contact our maintenance department to see if they could move any further, get a better look, whether it's inside the facility or their home, excuse me. For the second, it was an issue with 2 leaks that we had going on in the system at that time. So they were affected by that. It was actually something that came through. I wanted to say, he's not here, or actually is, yes, Glenn. It came through the city database, and Glenn sent me over the complaint. I was able to contact the customer and see what was going on. I advised them to contact me if they were continuing to have the issue the next morning, because it was a weekend. I did not receive any phone call, but a couple days later they sent another post or another comment stating that everything was back to normal. So, however, that's, I think, one of the first times or a couple times that's gone through, but it was very successful. I appreciate your help with that, so that we could get that customer taken care of. The last was a cloudy water complaint. This was from due to air in the line due to the 24-inch main project. So it's a customer that's dealt with issues previously and is aware. We asked, they did have their hydrant flushed. We asked if they wanted that flushed again to see if we could get rid of any more air. They said, no, we understand what's going on, but if you can flush it when the project's done, we'd appreciate that. And I said, obviously, we would do that for them. So once this is done, hopefully sooner than later, we'll get that taken care of for this customer.
And where do they call if they have any issues?
No, I won't pick
Not Miss Donna's number.
615-793-6536, option 2, and that gets you to the water treatment plant.
Any questions?
I noticed that the lake is pretty much at winter pool right now. How does that affect the water treatment operations?
Thankfully, we haven't seen anything different from the previous months or been affected by the
Some
level.
of the people that constantly call in, like for water problems, do y'all advise them about getting a water filter?
We, to be honest, have not had issues with taste or odor or anything like that. The main complaints are low pressure is what we deal with. So that's typically their pressure reducing valve.
Is it any part of town that's worse than the others?
Not that I've noticed. I think again it's with the low pressure, because it's typically their device on their property. It's isolated to their location.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Danny.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-28, an ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 6, Section 2-601 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the membership of the Local Emergency Planning Committee. This received a favorable recommendation from the LEPC on November 13th, 2023. Do you need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda, I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 18P, Group C, parcels 5 and 5.01, consisting of approximately 0.83 acres, located at 512 and 516 Old Nashville Highway, from an R3 high-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service commercial zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Alderman Waldron. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
No.
I vote aye. Motion passes. We're going to go on to number 7, first reading ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2024-01, a resolution to accept Phase 1 of the Carruthers Crossing subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Then number 9, a resolution 2024-02, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have the appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and one applicant who is the current member. And I'll reappoint Rhonda Humphrey to the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then next we have the library board. We've got 2 terms expiring, and we've got one applicant. I'll make a motion to appoint Dr. Martin Burgess back to that board. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
That motion passes. Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We've got 2 terms that are vacant, 4 terms that are expired. And so the 4 terms that have expired, I will reappoint, which is Michael Dietz, Glenn Green, Doug Oakley, and Tanya Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item, motion to approve or reject a request for proposal for the Senior Center Services Provider. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Second for discussion.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Kind of talked at length in the workshop about this, and I done a little studying. It was my understanding in the workshop, the 54 company was gonna do it cheaper than what LaVergne's paying now. LaVergne is paying $174,000 out of city pocketbook. The CNRC is putting in $28,000, and the Rutherford County is putting in $28,800 for the CNRC, $46,200 for the Rutherford County, and the 54, what is it called, 54?
54.
Just 54. They're gonna do it for $220. So actually, it's gonna cost LaVergne $46,000 if I'm figuring right. Because with a 54, they won't get the 46.2 from Rutherford County, or they won't get the 28.8 from the GMRC.
They are still eligible for those funds. When you look at that, you're taking those funds into our budget also. Those funds aren't guaranteed to us every year either. They have to be recertified every year. Several years ago when COVID hit, the amount of money the center got from the county, I believe, was lowered a certain amount. And then as they built that fund back up, we've gotten more money. So even those funds that we get from GNRC or that we get from the county, those aren't guaranteed funds from us either.
Right.
So if we didn't have those funds, that additional funding would have to come out of our general
Yeah,
right budget.
Right now, the city is putting out 174, and what we're gonna pay the 54 is 220. And another question I have, are they gonna still use the building down there?
Yes, sir. That will remain the city's building.
What about the insurance and liability on the building?
They'll carry insurance, and we'll carry insurance. There will be an additional shirt on their policy, and there would be an additional shirt on our policy.
What are we gonna do about the vehicles?
The van, which is pretty new, we could probably refilter it. We could probably use it at parks for our event coordinator. The bus, it's not ADA compliant, and maybe at some point we decide to donate that to 50 Forward to use for trips. That would obviously have to come back before this board.
Yeah, my understanding, it was gonna be cheaper before we turn it over, but I found out it's gonna cost us.
Yeah, I haven't put pencil to paper as far as what it's gonna cost, but I do know the GNRC funds and the county funds that you're referring to, that organization is still gonna be eligible for those. And even if we continue to operate it and say next year we didn't get the 40-some-odd thousand from the county, we take that 46 or 48 out that we're getting from the county, it's still gonna take that 48 to operate that building down there. So even if we back those funds out of there, the city's still on the hook for that money.
I'm not comfortable on really voting on it. We had such a short Tuesday to today. We just had I wasn't able to do a whole lot of looking in and figuring within one day turnaround.
Well, and Alderman Waldron, with all due respect, those figures aren't gonna change if we put this off another month. And I can sit up here and honestly tell you, the park staff is stretched thin. We went from having the doors open 4 days a week to 3 now because our staff is.
This is just information I found out within one day. You know, I'd be comfortable if we had more time to crunch some numbers. You know, it's.
I mean, I think the motion is to just approve or reject a proposal. So, I mean, I'm interested to hear a little bit more about the proposal, learn a little bit more about the proposal, but we got to get there first, right? So.
Well, that's their proposal. Their full proposal is in y'all's packet. You have that information. What we need is, if we want to move forward with
that doesn't obligate us to a contract with them.
No, this would allow us to form that contract.
Now I'm figuring. I found out it's cost us $46,000 more.
Well, we don't know the exact amount at this point that it's going to cost because we have not formed that contract yet. Right. These numbers are based off of a 1 year. We could go into a longer or shorter period time frame contract because if you just go off of our budget year, if we went into a contract just to take us to the budget year, we would do a contract for 2 to 3 months and then have to turn around and immediately do another one. Whereas if we do a 17-month contract, that would take us through our next budget year. But part of that contract and putting that together is figuring out those prices. And then all of that still comes back before this board. So whereas you were saying you would like more time. Well, you're going to have more time because this just approves the city to go ahead and get that contract with 54 together. It still has to come back before this board for approval. This isn't an automatic approval for any of that. So
It's just too many ifs out there for me. Personally, just too many ifs for me.
but you would see that before you vote on the contract. Any other discussion?
And one of the things that dollars and cents is definitely a part of it, but David is bringing up one of the big things that we really gotta think about it. His staff is getting thin. They've got another part of this city to operate. They can't just operate the senior center, and that kind of bothers me because, they're down to 3 days because his employees are trying to do 2 jobs, and we've got to think about people to, it's easy for us to sit up here and say, hey, let's do this, but the bottom line is, if you don't have people to run it and operate it, then the only other alternative is to shut it down until we get those people in place. I'm not saying this is a perfect situation. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, the dollars and cents, along with Evan and them doing the contracts, making sure everything is fine, it's got to come back to us. But, I heard some people say to me the other day, well, hire some people that can do it. Man, that'd be awesome.
That's a challenge.
Well, it's like telling Chief over here, hey, hire some people and get some people working.
Let me interject real quick. When you say hire some people to do it, in theory, that sounds great. We're just going to pull anybody off the street and stick them in there. That environment will not handle that. That's why we are struggling as it is. The other lady that was up here the other night that didn't get to speak a lot, Miss Lisa Maddox, she has 17 years of social services under her belt. That's going to come into play. Alderman Waldron, you're bringing up the financial part of it. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to cost. I know if we were to lose any of those grants, this board would be responsible for finding that money. Same as them. That's what it's going to cost them to run it. That's what it cost us to run it. If we were to back out the 46 grand from the county, that money's got to come from somewhere. So they are still eligible for those. Now, what we didn't talk about, which that would probably be where the attorneys would come in, is that figure they proposed. If they do get awarded those grants, does that funds get backed out of that? I don't know. That never came up. What they gave you guys was a flat figure as what it would cost them to manage our senior center. That wasn't taken into account. They're getting grant money because that's what they need from the city. So if they get 46 grand, I would just assume in my mind, we could back that 46 out.
It's just a clawback provision that would be in the contract, so.
That's just something we just don't know.
Well, and another thing, our members are not getting charged a fee, which we talked about the other night, but that still gives them the opportunity to go to any 54 senior center. Even though they don't pay a membership in LaVergne, they are a member of LaVergne. If they want to go to an event at Donaldson, they're more than welcome to attend as a member.
So with that, we have a motion and a second to move forward with basically the forming of the contract that would come back before this board. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I hope everybody had a safe, happy Christmas and New Year. Always remember the elderly. Check on the elderly, and make sure the pets has got ample shelter and fresh water. And remember and keep in our prayers the Ingalls family. They had a death in their family, and two of their family members used to work for LaVergne. Just keep the Ingalls family in our prayers. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just kind of referring back to the senior center, I just want to say, this board, just to speak frankly, this board goes through, a lot of money goes through our hands, our responsibility. And I think ultimately, talking about $46,000, we owe it to our community. This is a community service. We owe it to our seniors. I think it's a good thing. We need qualified individuals in there to help them, cognitively, physically, socially. We owe it to our community. 46,000, we're nickel and diming here. We owe it to those folks. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
Just to kind of add on to what Alderwoman Hobbs has said, I have volunteered at the senior center for many years, and to find qualified people to be there on a daily basis would be quite a chore. And once again, the $46,000, we ask for it from GNRC and from Rutherford County. So, and like David said, they would be 54 would be eligible to ask for those funds also. Our seniors are the backbone of our community. They're our history. And we owe it to them to have a place that they can go, and then to have an organization that can provide activities for them to go outside the center for field trips, to go to restaurants and do other things. And it's one day the community will be a senior citizen. So, and once again, just Happy New Year.
Vice Mayor No.
Only thing I got is I want to encourage everybody to go out and get your red Stanley Cup.
That it, sir?
That's it.
Okay. We've got a few items. I just want to remind everyone about the special census that's been going on and will be going on for the next quarter. Please make sure that you participate in the census. We've got people going door to door. We'll have more over the next couple of months going door to door. And this helps our city receive the proper amount of funding from the state with the state shared revenue. So we need your help with this. So please participate. You can do it online. We've got paper forms. Please, please, please participate. I do want to ask everyone to continue to keep the Joyner family in your prayers. They suffered a major loss, both for our community and for their family. So ask that you please keep them in your family. Do want to thank the Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce. I was invited up yesterday for the Leadership Rutherford Mayor's Panel, where we talk about the inner workings of local government to each of their classes. So Mayor Reed, Mayor McFarland, Mayor Lehman, Mayor Carr, and I were all up there. We have a good time, and we tie more people into what local government is and how it works. So that was a great little event. The last thing, and this is kind of just to remind both the board and all of our city staff, is a lot of times we think we're in the service industry with what we do here. We service the residents, but quite frankly, we're in the quality of life business. And that's improving the quality of life for our residents, whether it's making sure they're not driving into work with a bumpy road from potholes that Doug loves so much when I call them in, or that they don't have too much chlorine in their water, that they don't have people speeding or breaking into their homes, that there's not a forest fire raging through the city, and that they can reach out whenever they have any issues that affect their quality of life. That's the business that we're in, is to improve the quality of life for all of our residents. And so as we're starting off 2024, I wanted to remind everyone of that, because we all get caught up in what we do, what we're trying to accomplish, our goals, and that kind of helps center us back to what we're doing, whether it's our residents or our employees as well. So with that, I call this meeting adjourned.